the Sergeant at Arms desk to fill out a testimony slip. Written testimony can be emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. If you have any questions or concerns, please see one of us Sergeant at Arms. And at this time and going forward, nobody is to approach the dais. I repeat, nobody is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to this morning's oversight hearing on the TLC with a focus on for-hire vehicles and commuter vans. My name is Sylvina Brooks Powers and I am the chair of this committee. In addition to this oversight, we will be hearing several pieces of legislation. Intro number 100, sponsored by Councilmember Wan in relation to the suspension of alternate side parking regulations on Losar. Intro number 276, sponsored by Councilmember Krishnan in relation to the wrongful deactivation of high-volume for-hire vehicle drivers. Introduction number 277, sponsored by Councilmember Krishnan in relation to taxi cab driver pay for electronically dispatched taxi cab trips. Intro number 323, sponsored by Councilmember Moy. Sarge, remove him, please. Let us be clear, we have a lot of people that have signed up to testify today. This is an official hearing. Anyone that is disruptive will be asked to leave the chamber. Intro number 323, sponsored by Councilmember Moya in relation to establishing maximum rates for leasing, rental, lease to own, and conditional purchase of for-hire vehicles. Intro number 939, sponsored by myself in relation to allowing commuter vans to accept hails from prospective passengers in the street. Intro number 950, sponsored by Public Advocate Williams in relation to increasing the number of violations required to revoke authorizations to operate a commuter van service. And intro number 1021, sponsored by Majority Leader Farias in relation to the suspension of alternate side parking regulations on Patriots Day. Since 2011, the for-hire vehicle industry has experienced monumental growth with the arrival of app-based for-hire vehicle companies like Uber and Lyft to the city. The council has always worked to ensure that this industry has grown in a sustainable and responsible way. In 2018, to maintain competitiveness for drivers, the council passed Local Law 147, which paused the issuance of new for-hire vehicle licenses with limited exceptions and tasked TLC with studying the utilization rate of these for-hire vehicles. The council also passed Local Law 149, which created a new license category for high-volume for-hire services, which covers for-hire vehicle bases that dispatch more than 10,000 trips per day, such as Uber and Lyft. Today, the council is ready to address these issues once more. My goal is to provide a forum where the public, advocates, and relevant city agencies can speak on record about what is happening, what needs to be done, and how we can help. One of the problems I want to highlight is the recent scourge of driver lockouts on the app-based for-hire vehicle companies. Many drivers today find themselves temporarily locked out of the system, unable to work and unsure when they'll be able to drive again. This July, Commissioner David Doe of the Taxi and Limousine Commission and the administration announced that the city secured agreements from Uber and Lyft to reduce driver lockouts, with plans to phase out the practice by Labor Day. That date has come and gone. Have all parties satisfied the terms of agreement? Has the TLC been working on its promised rule package to provide a long-term solution? What does a sustainable market look like in terms of balancing new drivers, reducing empty cars on our streets, and maintaining driver pay? In addition to lockouts, drivers and advocates have come to us with complaints about account deactivations. We want to better understand how deactivations are affecting drivers and learn more about the process in place to reinstate drivers. How many drivers are deactivated in a year? How many are reinstated? How long does the process take? What happens to drivers who can't get reinstated? For corporate entities, drivers may just be numbers, deactivate one and replace them with another, but for the driver, it's their livelihood on hold. But lockouts and wrongful deactivations threaten driver income, creating instability during a time where costs are rising and bills are piling up. I hope this hearing will arm us with the facts and a clearer understanding of what can be done to help drivers. In addition to the pressing issues faced by for-hire vehicle drivers, we are also confronted with the near collapse of the commuter van industry. For people in transit deserts like my district, commuter vans are a lifeline, providing crucial transportation to work or other essential activities. These vans serve areas and routes not covered by mass transit and serve populations that can't afford to take a taxi or drive to work every day. Before the pandemic, there were over 200 licensed commuter vans, and now there are fewer than 40. Many parts of Southeast Queens and Brooklyn have community vans woven into their fabric, even as residents still do rely on public transportation. I want to explore what can be done. Please remove them. Can we get order in the chamber? Again, we will have decorum in this chamber or you will be removed from the room. Thank you. I look forward to hearing, excuse me. I look forward to hearing from the TLC about the measures it has taken to safeguard the health of the aforementioned industries and the people who work with them. I am also eager to hear from drivers and advocates regarding their experiences, again, with the app-based lockouts and deactivations, their suggestions for improving these processes, and how the council can smooth the way. I also want to bring focus to the commuter van industry, as I mentioned before, which is a smaller market, but is no less important to the people who rely on them to bridge the gaps in our transit systems. Before we begin, I would like to thank my staff and committee staff for their hard work. Kevin Katowski, Senior Policy Analyst, John Basile, Senior Policy Analyst, Mark Chen, Senior Counsel to the Committee, Connor Mealy, Counsel to the Committee, Adrian Drapal, Senior Policy Analyst, Julian Martin, my Policy and Budget Director, and Renee Taylor, my Chief of Staff. As a reminder, hearings are designed for all voices to be heard on a given issue. Today is your opportunity to present your very best argument that can enlighten and inform the public. As of now, I do not have an official opinion on most of the bills being heard at this hearing. I look forward to a vibrant and respectful discussion today on all bills at hand. Next, I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues that are here. I'm joined by Majority Leader Amanda Farias, Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan, Councilmember Joanne Ariola, the Public Advocate Jamani Williams, and I know we will be hearing later on from former Councilmember Idanique Miller. Next, I would like to invite a panel to offer their firsthand experience and insight into the state of these various industries. We have a pre-panel that we discussed in advance with the TLC, And so with that, we would like to momently before we bring them up, we are going to hear from the public advocate, followed by Majority Leader Farias, followed by Councilmember Krishnan briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams, Public Advocate for the City of New York. I'd like to thank Chair Brooks Powers and the members of the Transportation Committee for holding this hearing. I introduced one of the bills being heard today, Intro 950 of 2024. My intent is to address an inequity created by Local Law 41 in 2019 and to have the industry standard that applies for all for hire vehicles apply to the commuter van industry. For these reasons, I am also a co-sponsor of Intro 913 that would allow commuter vans to accept street hails, and I thank the Chair for introducing it. Intro 950, as written, increases the number of violations required to take away the authorization necessary to operate a commuter van service. Here, the word service means the base operator and the entire fleet, not just the driver who was issued driving infractions. Local Law 41 makes commuter van operators responsible for the violation of individual drivers. This is not a burden that taxi cabs or other for-hire vehicles have. If an Uber driver has excess violations, it is the driver's individual license that gets taken away. In this scenario, Uber is still able to operate and have other Uber vehicles on the road. Intro 950 raises the amount of violations threshold from 3 violations in a 6-month period to 6 violations in a 12-month period. Looking to the future, the ultimate goal is to stop the unfair targeting of the commuter van industry. Commuter vans are an important part of public transportation infrastructure in New York City, and both the New York City Council and the administration must support commuter van networks by treating them equally under the law. Commuter vans are frequently the only form of transportation in public transit deserts, particularly in parts of Queens and Brooklyn. Commuter vans provide a key public resource with over 120,000 daily riders utilizing the service, but still are regulated in a way that puts a tremendous burden on commuter van operators. Commuter vans fill a gap left by the city's inability to consider out-of-borough commuters and are now a necessary part of New York City's public transportation network. We must work with licensed commuter van operators to make sure that there are safe drivers while not holding operators to unequal standards. And just a reminder that the commuter vans have been existing with other modes of transportation for many decades. Additionally, securing the future of commuter vans is a social justice issue. Communities of more color and immigrant communities located in transit deserts rely on commuter vans. Public buses are often unreliable and have long wait times, which force residents to look for alternative solutions. And some of these communities don't have any of those options. Many cannot afford the costs that come with owning and operating a car or using private transportation on a daily basis, and community vans are a lifeline of transportation. Community van service should be supported as part of long-term solutions in our 21st century infrastructure, plans that must address traffic congestion, high carbon emissions, and decaying transportation infrastructure. I also want to point out that Uber and Lyft were giving ease of entrance into our transportation system, even at the cost of people like the yellow cab industry, and our van drivers are primarily immigrant and black and brown owners of small businesses. We want to make sure that we have pathways for folks to do this service legally and licensed, and so that's what we've been working on for such a long time. I do believe they can exist. I also think they can be unionized. That's another conversation. But we want to make sure that everybody has access to be able to feed their family and provide the services that all communities need. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Majority Whip and Chair Brooks Powers, for allowing me time to speak and for hearing my bill in this hearing. This bill is a reflection of New York City's commitment to honoring the diverse cultural and religious traditions that make our city so vibrant, and to honor sacrifices made. By suspending alternate side parking on holidays such as Christmas, Yom Kippur, Diwali, Eid, and so many others, we are recognizing the importance of these days for our communities. Today includes consideration for Patriot Day, September 11th, to honor and remember the sacrifices made on this day by essential workers, public servants, emergency services personnel, and New Yorkers alike from across the city, to honor them in their sacrifice. This measure brings fairness and inclusivity to our parking regulations, respecting the traditions and important recognition of all New Yorkers while making it easier for residents to observe these recognition days without unnecessary burden. I look forward to hearing feedback from the administration on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support with their co-sponsorship. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Majority Whip Brooks Powers, for holding today's hearings. And good morning to everyone who's here today, too. Our hardworking Uber, Lyft, and taxi drivers are essential workers of our city. They carry this city forward before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and long after. They keep our city moving safely and efficiently. Many of them are immigrant workers, reflecting the truest embodiment of the American dream. And as an Indian American council member, the first Indian American ever elected to New York City government, where I represent the district with the highest number of drivers in New York City, I am proud to represent them in city government. However, the livelihoods of Uber and Lyft drivers can be thrown into chaos when they are deactivated from Uber and Lyft with little to no advanced warning. Our drivers, victims of predatory lending for decades, an issue we worked hard to resolve but took many years to do so. After resolving it, the deactivation, the unfair deactivation of taxi drivers is the single biggest issue that drivers face in this city. It affects their livelihood.
Sorry, council member. We ask that everyone please do not disrupt this hearing because you will be asked to leave. If you'd like to acknowledge something you agree with, just wave your hands. You may continue.
It is the single biggest issue that drivers face. It affects their livelihood. And when they lose their livelihood, they lose their ability to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage, to pay their child care, to support their families and simply live in this city. So when they are unfairly deactivated, drivers can be forced into a company-driven appeals process where the companies have the upper hand and make the final decision with no real meaningful process, with no notice in advance, and no real reasons listed or publicly available standard for what constitutes a fair reason for the deactivation. This is particularly consequential for a workforce that has to pay for the car, insurance, and licensing fees just to go to work every day. These expenses continue even when you lose your job. And that is why I am proud that Intro 276 will be heard today. My bill works in two ways. First, it increases driver protections before deactivations happens, creating a due process standard which everyone should be subject to and is a fundamental principle of American law and workers' rights. If Uber and Lyft believe a driver is not meeting their community guidelines, this bill requires them to enter into a progressive discipline structure where consequences will match the severity of the infraction. Additionally, drivers will be required to have at least 2 weeks' notice of an impending permanent deactivation. Notice in advance is an essential part of due process, and drivers don't have that today before they are deactivated unfairly. Second, my bill creates an independent appeals process for drivers to pursue after they've been deactivated. Drivers will be able to appeal the deactivation through a number of means, including arbitration or a complaint with DCWP. This means the drivers will have an independent, neutral arbiter and appeals process through DCWP. App companies will be required to give drivers the information necessary for them to build their case, and the companies will bear the burden of proving that their actions were justified. Drivers would be allowed a representative to help them through this process. If reactivated, drivers would also get back pay for the time that they were not allowed to work. Finally, drivers who have been unfairly deactivated in the last 6 years would have an opportunity to appeal with the city within a year of my bill's passage. The third point, as I mentioned, is that this process shifts the burden from the driver having to prove why they were deactivated after the fact to now requiring for-hire vehicle companies to justify why the deactivation was necessary. In other words, when a decision is made by an app company, it shouldn't place the burden on drivers after the fact to reverse that decision. The decision maker must provide the justifications for doing so, and that is where the decision should be placed. Again, a basic principle of due process in American law and for workers' rights protections. This bill would provide robust protections for Uber and Lyft drivers and open up an additional not a replacement, an additional pathway for drivers to fight back against wrongful deactivations. And to be clear, nothing in this bill stops a driver from using other appeals processes if they so desire. When an app company unjustly deactivates a driver, it is up to city government to step in and provide basic worker protections and establish necessary processes. This bill, by providing process, notice in advance, making the burden with the companies, and a neutral arbiter, is a fundamental part of worker protections and workers' rights. And I could not think of a more pro-worker bill than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have a pre-panel ahead of the administration, and we'd like to have join us at the dais Michelle Dotton from IDG, Vahavi Desai from NITWA, Louis Alzate from ATU, who is joining virtually, Alex Kemp from TWU, and Leroy Morrison with the Commuter Van organization. As you all are coming up to the dais, I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Farrah Lewis and Councilmember Chris Banks online.
Good morning.
Louis, you'll be able to speak after Beta V Desai.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Kevin.
No problem.
I'll call the names one last time. Michelle Doughton with IDG, Baharvi Desai with NITWA, Louis Alzate, ATU online, Alex Kemp, TWU, and Leroy Morrison. I'd ask that you please have a seat as quickly as possible. Is Michelle Doughton in the room at all? IDG? Okay, we will proceed. Badhavi?
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Betavi Desai. I'm the executive director of the 28,000 member New York Taxi Workers Alliance. I'm speaking specifically on Intro 276. This is an incredible bill. This is a bill that will give first-time rights to over 80,000 Uber and Lyft drivers in New York City who have worked for far too long without job security. A workforce that goes to work every single day beginning at a negative. If you've been deactivated, you still have to pay for the car loan and the insurance. You're living life without any income coming in, but your expenses remain fixed. A workforce that is dealing with the public. A job where you can be the victim of racially motivated, other biased motivated complaints. And in the drop of a dime, you lose your job. The loss of a job for every single American worker can be catastrophic. But for workers who not only go without income from that loss of job, but also have to pay for expenses out of pocket, it's absolutely devastating. You wake up ready to go to work, you go on your app and you've been told that you don't have a job. It could be for a reason, for a complaint that was filed against you 6 months ago, even a year ago. And to add insult upon incredible injury, there is no independent process, a process that is not controlled by the companies themselves. The current process, Uber will tell you on its website, Uber gets to dictate which drivers can even access it. At this point, if you've been a driver for 10 years, you've had an incredible record. None of that gets used in your favor.
I just ask that you submit the rest of your testimony in writing. And I just want to remind everyone here that recording is prohibited in this space. So we ask that you not record. Thank you. And thank you. You could submit the rest in writing.
Thank you.
Lewis, you may begin.
Please do not disrupt this hearing. There is no recording that is to be done within this room. It is a recorded hearing. You can get it online. Any disruption will have you removed.
Good morning.
To clarify, you can record yourself. You cannot record the dais or the witnesses testifying for clarity.
You may
I'll
proceed,
ask
Mr.
that you
Alday.
be removed on the next disruptions. Please stop. Lewis, are you there online?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Amalgamated Transit Union thanks Majority Whip Sylvina Brooks Powers and the Council Committee on Transportation and the Infrastructure for the opportunity to share ATU's concerns on the impact of intro number 939 and 950 on MTA's bus service, particularly for the residents of Southeast Queens. My name is Luis Alzade, ATU Local 1056, President and Business Agent, and ATU New York State Legislative Conference Board Financial Secretary. I also deliver this testimony on behalf of the ATU Local 726, 1179, and 1181, all of our members who serve the riding public and the riding community. ATU 1056 members, bus operators, and mechanics work for the MTA New York City Transit Queens Bus Division with depots in Flushing, Casey Stengel, Jamaica, and Queens Village. ATU Local 726 represents bus operators and mechanics who work for MTA New York City Transit Staten Island Bus Division. ATU 1179 represents bus operator, mechanics, and supervisors who work from Far Rockaway to JFK depots of the MTA Bus Division, formerly Green Bus Lines. ATU Local 1181 represents bus operators and mechanics who work for the MTA Bus Division, formerly Command Bus Service in Brooklyn, Spring Creek, and paratransit operators and yellow school bus drivers and escorts. Statewide, the ATU represents more than 25,000 hardworking transit workers throughout ATU cities, including Albany, Binghamton, Buffalo, New York City, Rochester, and Syracuse. If enacted, these harmful bills would effectively allow commuter vans to replace bus public transit, especially in Southeastern Queens. Already, vans licensed and unlicensed illegally and unsafely operate along bus routes and deprive the MTA of revenue that can be reinvested in bus service. This de facto privatization of public bus service in Southeast Queens especially impacts students, our seniors, working people, and bus riders who benefit from the Fair Fares program. Public transit.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. We would ask that you provide the remaining testimony in writing, but please don't sign off because I think we'll have some questions for you shortly.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Kemp. I am a representative from the TWU Local 100. I'm here in regards to Intro 939 and 950, and as it pertains to bus service, I am a representative who represents TA Surface, which is the Brooklyn Department of Buses. Our grave concern about these intros or these bills, how they will affect the safety of bus operators pulling into and out of stops, the fact that the standard that we are held to as bus operators at New York City Transit is the highest in the country. Our medical standards, our training, our responsibility, and the consequences of how we operate can never be matched without any regulation that's being proposed for dollar van drivers. One of our bigger concerns also from TW Local 100 is that these intros are not ultimately intended to benefit the dollar van drivers or public transportation, but more so to supplement big business with an opportunity to create a rideshare program that will allow people to do what they've done in San Diego with Uber Express, allowing people to use an app to pick up 20 people at a time and transport them in large quantities and do it for cheaper rates and undermine labor. This consequence will ultimately affect the people that you guys are tasked to represent, protect, and ultimately to benefit the welfare of New York City. Transit workers are also essential. Unfortunately, everybody overlooks the consequences that we face and look for means to undermine us, surpass us, and redistribute wealth away from the labor department, the labor unions, and transport it into different aspects of big business. So I ask anybody to oppose these and to consider finding new solutions to get better bus service and make us a better city, ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. Timed that well. Next, Mr. Morrison.
Anyway, good Chair, I want to say good morning. Thanks for having this hearing on the commuter vans. As you know, commuter van is our lifeline transportation in New York City. Over 38 years now, we've been filling a lot of gap that MTA did not fill. When the bus strike, the city call on the commuter vans. When the train strike, they call on the commuter vans. When the yellow cab, they call on the commuter van. Everything MTA does, they call on the commuter vans, and the city of New York also. And the 9/11, we was here. Storm Sandy, we was here. At a certain time at night, you got to understand, the ridership is out there. People are out there trying to get home when MTA cut the services. Especially in Southeast Queens, it take 1 hour and 45 minutes. Someone work at JFK Airport, they want to get to work. MTA will take them 1 hour and 45 minutes to get to work. They got to get to Jamaica Avenue, and then they got to get back to JFK Airport. That's not fair. What about the ladies who stand on the street corners at night? They could get robbed and they could get raped on the corner. MTA cut their services. And people are desperate out there for transportation in the underserved neighborhood. And as you know that every other transportation come to New York City, commuter van is always here, the lifeline, the backbone for New York City. And we got to understand also to commuter vans, look out for the MTA drivers. Most of their drivers getting to work, they still ride on the commuter van. On the record, they still ride commuter vans. The drivers that rush to go to work to catch the MTA bus to drive, they still do. And you got to understand, a lot of people in our neighborhood, they've been underserved. They treated like we're from underground with the commuter vans. When they need us, they pull us out underground. When they don't need us, they put us back underground. We want to be treated like first-class citizens in America. We are a minority. We are a low-income neighborhood where commuter vans always operated. And what this bill does, ma'am, is save us from getting harassment pulled over by NYPD. We are paying eye insurance. Thank you for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask, and then I'll allow my colleagues to ask questions if they have questions as well. I will start with Mr. Kemp and Mr. Morrison, just in terms of the two pieces of legislation that's before us today. So we understand that the public bus service, the public transit system is critical in New York, one of the best by far, I always say, in the world. We also have a commuter van industry, particularly in parts of Southeast Queens and Brooklyn, that is a part of that fabric. And understanding that both entities keep New Yorkers moving, you all service routes and volumes that are not easily satisfied one way or another, where is why we need greater transit equity, broadly speaking. And so I wanted to understand that this isn't, but I understand that this is an interconnected network and it has unintended consequences. And so that's what myself and my colleagues want to get a better understanding for. And I'd like to understand if there are additional comments on how street hails for commuter vans could coexist in a world with public transit. Like, I know that there have been conversations about the interference with the bus routes, for example, but we'd like to understand, how do we address transit deserts And also recognizing that the commuter vans that we are privy to in these communities that I've mentioned are often people from our communities as well. Not the big businesses, Ubers, but I definitely appreciated getting that insight in that regard. So I'm curious to hear from you in that regard, but also hear from Mr. Morrison, recognizing how critical the public transit network is to New Yorkers and not wanting to diminish or reduce services. What does that, like, how does that work? Or how can it work, rather, excuse me.
Thank you. So I just want to be very clear that from those same communities, as the gentleman next to me had spoken about, we all do or all part of a network, and that network is a community. We're all New Yorkers, and ultimately, I never want our position as labor to ever be condemning any citizen of New York, any minority, any culture that we would want to suppress an opportunity in America, a capitalist society, that any business should thrive or have the opportunity to thrive. But we do represent labor, and we do understand the nuances of reducing service and the consequences of what that means to the lives of the people that we represent. So from the time after the stock market crashed, transit has cut service and never put that service back. So that issue, which never being addressed by adding another mechanism to reduce more service or take away the means of fixing a broken system, how do we ever address the system that's broken by just adding Band-Aids to it? And not to suggest that the dollar vans are a Band-Aid, but it's almost a supplement to not actually addressing what the ultimate issue is with transit. So where we have one component of it where we went from 5-minute headways or 10-minute headways to now 15 and 30 minutes. In the bus redesign, are they addressing where dollar vans would fit at the end of a line where there was transit deserts? A lot of these components are meant to actually reduce service and actually cut running time, which affects the drivers, but nobody's considering how it affects the lives of the people who are trying to buy houses, who can't afford to live in New York, who can't afford to pay rent, and we're civil servants. So that is one of the issues, not directly pertaining to them, but a byproduct of something that is inconsequential to where we're always trying to get, right? A better transit system. So we are interconnected, but sometimes these bills or these sponsored bills can separate us. So I just want to make sure that's not where we're heading to.
No, and I appreciate that. And after Mr. Morrison, Louis, if you can also respond to the question as well. I'm sorry, I have to keep looking at the screen to the side. Mr.
That's
Morrison.
Okay. So ATU's position on this is no different than a concept that, as my colleague from TWU stated, it's a concept that's nationwide regarding microtransit and the first mile, last mile, where it directly attacks public transportation. And the answer is not to give these commuter vans or these microtransit, the opportunity to replace our ride in public, our public transportation. These are services that don't have the training standard or the equipment standard, especially for our handicapped ride in public. They're reckless. We've seen this many times when they were in a time when they were active, in which they cut off our buses, caused accidents. This was something that at many hearings we made an issue of, especially in the southeast part of Queens. There is a sense of recklessness when it comes to obeying traffic regulations, and this is something that our bus operators, with our training, our members are held to a higher standard when they do these kind of driving hazards in the community.
Mr. Morrison.
Yes, sir. I want to answer the question that you're saying, sir. I didn't see one commuter van.
No, Mr. Morrison, you address it to us, not to each other.
I'm sorry about that, Chair. Madam Chair. In my life running commuter van over close to 40 years, I never seen a licensed commuter vans cut people off, cut the buses off. And I want the gentleman to know that we have license standard too. We have CDL, we're Article 19A, we have medical, we pay our insurance. Our insurance right now costs about anywhere from $45,000 to $50,000 a year. So we can't afford. We cannot speak for the rogues that they're talking about. You cannot mix the rogues with the licensed commuter vans out there. I want you to know that, Chair, Madam Chair. And I never seen all these years a commuter van that's licensed by the TLC cut a bus off, because we have consequence. If there's a problem like that, the TLC stepped in. So we never did anything like what the gentlemen are saying. And at the same time also, we also secure, make sure TW Union and make sure the labor, they stay in business, because if the commuter van, if we never put the cap on the commuter vans, then you would have Ford Chariot with a takeover MTA system. And I did that to save MTA. Also with the labor union, they need a bill that other big bus company couldn't come here in 2018, and we saved the MTA. Myself, with the bill that I was doing. So at the same time, we're looking to be partnership with the union and the bus system to work with us, because everywhere else you have licensed commuter vans in Jersey and everywhere. It's only in New York City, and we save the MTA a lot of time from their waiting time. And the MTA need, over 40-something years now, the ladies are strong that after certain hours of the night, the MTA cut their service. And MTA cannot say because it's commuter van cut their service. Commuter van have their ridership, and the MTA have their own ridership. So by the gentleman is saying commuter van is doing this, the commuter van is doing that. I can speak on commuter van all these years. We're not out here. We're a small business, and America strive with small businesses, and we're immigrant. And what we're doing in the black and brown community that's underserved is always underserved, and MTA always turn their back against the ridership in the low-income neighborhood like our neighborhood and treat it. I remember back in the days the way how we were treated. So at the end of the day, we're not here to compete with MTA, because guess what? MTA, when they pick you up, you get a free ride at the subway, but it's not everybody. When they're going to work and they have to stand at the bus stop for 45 minutes an hour, and the bus right now is still overcrowded, and people, what you have to tell your driver, it's about feeding your family. It's about putting food on the table. It's about small business drive. So MTA have to understand that we need to work with them, and they need to work with us, and we're not out here to arm MTA, and we cannot speak for the road, sir.
Can you enlighten the panel in terms of what are the consequences that the commuter vans are faced with when they, disobey the traffic laws?
When the licensed commuter van disobey the traffic law, then if we run the speed and it still go to the TLC, they still bring the drivers and still charge the drivers also. And if they run the lights, you still got to go through the TLC, the Vision Zero also too. And if they do what the gentleman is saying, they can lose their commercial driver's license, because we do carry commercial driver's license, and it affects their Article 19A and their medical also too. So what the gentleman is saying, commuter vans are licensed in New York City and across New York City, and that's what we're doing, ma'am.
Where are the remaining commuter van businesses operating in? Are there regions that have lost their last commuter van route?
Yeah, there's routes here that MTA doesn't service, from Gateway Mall all the way back into the junction, East Flatbush. Commuter van will go all the way there. And also, even in Fulton, over there in Fulton Street, and a lot of routes now, Coney Island, MTA is cutting their service. We're not subsidized, ma'am. We are running this cost out of our own pocket.
Mr. Alzate and Mr. Kemp, what are some of the challenges faced in terms of the services right now that you see in play? I know in Queens we have the bus redesign underway, so there is a unique opportunity to try to address some of these routes, but what are some of the challenges that, for example, the routes that Mr. Morrison just mentioned, that ATU or TWU has tried to work through, and how can the council be able to address that in light of that?
Well, that's kind of the reason we're here, right? That the intros kind of argue against what our ultimate argument is that if there's going to be an effort to get better service, a better transportation network, the interest should lie in public transportation, that there should be an influx of resources and support in trying to get these deserts fixed, because in the areas that he specified in Brooklyn, let's just say Gateway, Flatbush, the Junction, Fulton Street, all of those areas have bus routes that run through them. Whether the service has been either cut, modified, or reduced, that in essence leads to these 45-minute waits, that if you have one bus, two buses, or three buses with a 15-minute headway, in the event one of those buses are late, you're now waiting 30 minutes. When they talk about a better bus network, a better bus network requires operators who are highly trained, who are professionals, who meet a standard that is the highest in the country, and as the gentleman next to me has stated, where the dollar vans have been available through crises, there has not been a day, a moment, or a minute that New York City Transit bus operators have not been available to provide service in emergencies for New York City, and actually have lost our lives. And New York City Transit workers have lost more lives than any other agency on the planet during COVID. So our sacrifices to the communities should never be overlooked or understated when it comes to protecting our work as far as it pertains to TW Local 100 and the other locals, for sure.
Mr. Alzate, you have anything to add to that?
Well, I mean, ATU has had experience with what is now called microtransit and these van services. When we lost our Q74 route in northern part of Queens, and this route service was going to be replaced with commuter vans. That's exactly the danger of such legislation, that it replaces commuter van service with, replaces public transportation. I'm not here to say that we don't have our challenges when it comes to routes and when it comes to the schedules. These are challenges that, as you pointed out, we are trying to address in Queens, and everybody understands that Queens is a unique system based on the fact that everybody depends on the bus service. We have a system that only goes up to Flushing trains and to 79th Street corridor in Hillside. After that, it depends solely on bus service. And the remedy to fixing the issues that we have is not to allow health service by anybody, specifically in the bus stops.
So is the concern more so being along the bus routes in themselves? And when you mentioned the Q74 route was lost, can you explain what caused the loss of that route?
Well, ultimately, it wasn't through a ridership issue. Ultimately, this was a route that addressed the needs of the community, not only through Queens College and several high schools. Ultimately, it became evident, and this was when then Councilman Anique Miller was the president of our local. It became evident after that the goal from ATU's point of view was that they wanted to replace our bus routes with a commuter van service.
But what was the official reason for them getting rid of the Q74?
Ultimately, the Transit Authority's position was that they didn't need the service, that it was based on budgetary cuts, even though there were hearings that were held to justify that this was an intricate part of the community. But once again, what became evident to us after the fact was that they wanted to replace that route with a microtransit system, with a van service.
Mr. Morrison, what are the toughest challenges facing the commuter van industry? Was the decline in the commuter van market due to the pandemic and the market has simply failed to bounce back, or are there other factors that have led to the industry shrinking?
Well, our main problem, ma'am, is why it's not shrinking, is the insurance costs run up to about $50,000. So I have a bill that I just passed in Albany also to lower the cost of, it's not only just commuter vans, it's for hire vehicle, for black cars, ambulance, commuter vans, so we can have a better lower cost insurance system in New York City. As you know, Madam Chair, the black cars as one incident. They're paying, if they have a local car service, they're paying $10,500 a year with American Transit. And if they're local Uber, they're paying $4,500 a year with the same American Transit. So what we're trying to do is bring in more volunteer insurance market to New York City so we can have affordable insurance. We can bring back commuter vans. So right now we are looking to put these commuter vans back out, but the insurance cost was the problem that we was having in New York City. And that's our only problem now, holding back. But we should be out soon because we have the money that I raised to pay into the insurance so these commuter vans could get back in the street again. So it was very tough with commuter van. As you know, the price went up from $10,000 to $55,000. In Queens, it's $45,000 a year now. In Brooklyn, it's about $50,000 a year for a licensed commuter vans on the street. So we've been going through insurance crisis, but we're trying to, as small business, we're trying to thrive, ma'am.
And what alternative, if any, is there for commuter van service? When a commuter van stops operating,
Yes, ma'am.
have customers switched to mass transit, personal vehicles, or something else?
Well, a lot of the customers, they switched to for now, they're struggling, trying to reach work. They're having a hard time now, especially in Southeast Queens. They're having a hard time from Rockaway to Jamaica Center to come back to JFK Airport, an hour and 45 minutes. It took them an hour and 45 minutes from Rockaway to Jamaica Avenue, about an hour in the bus, and then they got to take the bus 45 minutes back where they're coming from. So they're meeting a lot of channels, so they have to prepare other transportation, but they're willing to bring back the commuter vans to drop them less time, and people stop doing.
But I'm asking about
Yes,
the passengers. What has been the trend? Has it been that they've gone to mass transit? Have they gone to their personal vehicles?
Well,
or some other
some of
form?
them is on personal vehicle, and some of them is taking the illegal vans out there too. So some of them is taking other means of transportation till we get back out there in the street. And some of them, they don't want to ride in mass transit. They want to drive. They want to do this. They want to take the bus. Whoever want to take the bus is up to them. Whoever want to do this, but we'll be back soon, ma'am.
And Ms. Desai, I know that the commuter vans are largely relied on in parts of Queens and Brooklyn, not necessarily where a lot of, I think, your members may be located, but is there an impact on your industry as well? And if so, what is that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, in terms of the outer boroughs, because many of our members, particularly that drive for Uber and Lyft, a lot of their work is in the outer boroughs. And so, one, in terms of the impact of potential ridership being poached is one issue, but the second is even in terms of just traffic and people having a harder time moving around. I mean, with the yellow cab sector, 96th Street and below, I mean, you don't have this concept of commuter vans, but I can tell you overall, whether you're driving Uber, Lyft, or even livery or yellow cab or green cab, this has been like one of the slowest summers in the last 30 years that drivers have had. There are already too many, taxi and FHV cars in the streets. Drivers are really struggling to put trips together. Most drivers are spending their time empty. And there just isn't enough work for new cars to continually to be added in the same market. And so we have tremendous concern over the impact of this.
I'm gonna yield and allow my colleagues to ask any questions. We'll start with Councilmember Krishnan.
Thank you so much, Majority of Brooks Powers. I just have two questions. Bhairavi, thank you so much, and thank you for the work of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance for Drivers Every Day. I just want two questions for you about Intro 276. One is, can you tell me how many drivers have reached out to you about their deactivations, and how many of them have actually been able to get reactivated with the current process?
Sure, thank you. I mean, we've done thousands of intakes throughout the years. It's usually we average a couple of thousand every year. There are two problems here. One is there are in some cases where drivers may get reactivated, but the reactivation will be for just a couple of days. And then, immediately they're deactivated again for a much longer time period. So even in the so-called reactivation, there's still tremendous insecurity because you just never know, when the company is essentially going to change its mind and put the deactivation back into order. So most of the drivers that we see, there's certain issues, like, for example, there are a lot of complaints regarding like service animals, where it'll be marked as like a safety issue, where the passenger may not have any documentation or anything, and the driver legitimately feels threatened, especially in Uber and Lyft vehicles. You don't have a partition. And if someone and if a pet, if like a dog is in the car and there's no leash or anything, it's understandable that a person operating the vehicle sitting in the front, subject to bumps on the road, can legitimately feel scared, right, from that animal. But all it takes is one complaint from that passenger and you get deactivated. And in some of these instances, you don't even have a right to an appeal. I mean, Lyft, there's not even a physical office that you could go to. So, you're desperately trying to get through to customer service, or you might go through the Uber IDG appeals process, for example, if Uber allows you to, because Uber still controls who has access to those appeals, and that's something that Uber states very clearly on its website. What we find is that majority of the cases, drivers just don't get their jobs back. If it's anything that's marked as like basically more than, like paperwork, although we do have instances of even drivers, even just for sheer paperwork issues, will remain deactivated, and so much of it is because the process is set up where the driver is presumed to be guilty. And so the burden is on the driver, and then that process is controlled by the same company that has been your prosecutor, now gets to act as your judge and jury. And so it's stacked against you. And, lastly, I would just say, I think if you ask every single Uber and Lyft driver in the city of New York, I would even say across this globe, they would tell you, even if they've never been deactivated, every single driver works with fear and anxiety over the threat of an unfair deactivation. And that's why we so strongly support Intro 276, because it is the first time that drivers will have rights codified in law where the companies must have good cause to even take this very drastic measure against you, and then they must give you notice so it doesn't go into effect immediately, and there must be an appeals process that they cannot control.
Thank you. And my final question is just, can you describe what is unique about driver deactivations compared to other workers? Do you tell your members to use the IDG process?
Yes. To answer your second question first, yes, we do tell drivers to use the Uber IDG process because it's publicized by Uber. It exists for drivers. We want to see every single driver be able to get their job back. And it goes to the first part of your question. The consequences are enormous. If you're deactivated, you still have to pay off your car note, still have to pay for insurance. And because you're paying for those things, and there's no income coming in because there's no paychecks in this industry. So you're paying for money that you're supposed to be able to use for groceries and rent is now going towards your car because there's no other income coming in, right? And then, on top of that, you don't know if you could get your job back. And like you've been given no notice, so immediately you spend your days just trying to get your job back. I know of drivers, we've seen members who come through who sometimes for months are just desperately, hopelessly waiting to get their job back, and they're stuck, their life is stuck because they've got this car that they only bought because of this job. So people don't know what to do. Do they go and look for other job? What other jobs are really available? This is also a workforce that is over 90% immigrants, people of color. And so I think there's also, to me, this is also an issue of not just civil rights, but also racial justice, that here's a workforce that's predominantly people of color, and what you're essentially is allowing at the moment is corporations that control their economic life are going to take their job away and presume them to be guilty. In certain cases, there's no hearings, no opportunity for you to defend yourself, and so within your community, all you've heard is, oh, this driver, there's a sexual harassment charge against him. The people in the community don't know. You were never given a right to defend yourself. You've never seen any evidence against you. Your good name is just smeared. There's consequences to this that are tremendous financially, but they're also tremendous, socially and psychologically, and just to the mental health well-being of the drivers. But the other, besides the costs, I think there are two other reasons why this is so unique to this workforce. This is a workforce that has been licensed by the city of New York. The city of New York has said this is an individual that has been trained, passed their course, and is believed to be capable of doing this job. And so the city has a responsibility here to create a layer of security for a workforce that is invested thousands of dollars into this job, in large part because the city of New York has entrusted them and encouraged them to do so. Lastly, drivers have not been found to be employees under the National Labor Relations Board, and so do not have access to collective bargaining. It's one of the reasons that a company union is allowed to exist in this industry. Otherwise, of course, IDG and any other company union would actually be considered illegal under the law. And in the absence of collective bargaining and in the presence of city regulation and expenses borne by the drivers, there must be a basic sense of due process that upholds very basic American values that protect all of us as Americans, that protect us as workers. We have a right to be presumed to be innocent, even by corporations that have a sword hanging over our necks, in the form of taking our jobs away. In the labor movement, there's an old saying that a loss of job is like capital punishment, because that's truly what it feels like, especially for a workforce with no guaranteed income. In this summer with lockouts, can you imagine? Drivers lost thousands of dollars throughout this summer, and then to go through a deactivation now, you've had no savings, nothing to take care of your life. I mean, this is an incredible crisis. I wish to God every single driver that had been here in this room from 10 in the morning when we started was still here. And I beg every driver, read this bill. Read the 14 pages of this bill. This is like a holy book that will give rights and protections to a workforce that desperately needs it and truly deserves it.
Again, you will be asked to leave if you disrupt this hearing. I believe Majority Leader Farias has a follow-up question.
I do. I just wanted a better understanding of last year's data, if you have it. How many people did you folks serve in terms of deactivations? And then I guess the follow-up I have on that is, what's the ratio breakdown of deactivations, lockouts, and folks on wait lists?
Sure. So in terms of the first question, Councilmember, the exact number I don't have with me, but it would have been, I mean, well over 2,000 drivers that we would have both served and drivers that we've done intakes for. I know that the vast majority of them, even if they were reactivated, it was for a short period of time before they were deactivated again. But we are happy to follow up and put that in our written comment.
Yeah, I'd like to definitely get the follow-up data on the amount of people you're serving year by year and what is the ratio divided between people coming to you with deactivations versus lockouts versus the wait lists. And then if you haven't already, I would, I have an expectation to also know the average ratio of people letting you know that they've been deactivated today, but 3 days later, a week later, however long, is, or reactivated today, and then X amount of days later, deactivated. That's helpful for us to get a better understanding of how frequent it's happening. And that amount of time helps us have conversations between all of you and with the agency. And then lastly, have you folks tried to make any attempts on demystifying with drivers versus riders on, for the example that you gave with a service animal, right? Legally, not even us in this building can ask people for documentation if they state they have a service animal for whatever the means is.
Right.
That service animal is legally mandated to be their partner for that day and that commute,
Right.
that office visit. How are you folks demystifying for drivers that that is legal and that it is illegal to ask for documentation?
Yes, and let me just be clear if I misspoke or was misunderstood. We understand that you cannot ask for documentation. Even when drivers go through the course for to get their license, that's actually part of the curriculum.
Right.
And so we understand that. But I think the issue that I was trying to raise is just by the sheer allegation, right? A driver faces a very serious consequence of losing their job, and they may not even be able to appeal it, in many cases. And so you're not able to defend yourself. Even the history of your driving record is not taken into consideration, even if you're allowed to appeal. And so the totality of your performance, right, should be part of your review, like it is in most jobs. In these cases, drivers don't have that protection. And that is one of the things that Intro 276 would give to drivers, the right where, as part of making the decision on whether or not the deactivation was for good cause, the decision maker would have to look at the totality of your record, including good commendations that you have gotten. There also has to be progressive discipline. And so if someone did not understand and makes that mistake, which is wrong, but it should, we also have the concept of that you can't just discard people for mistakes that they make, that there has to be a process to allow people to learn and to show their growth. And so this bill is also important to us because it would allow that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep talking about that after this hearing. Just, as you stated, it is a part of the curriculum. And so just as much as drivers do have to be protected, and all of the folks in this room hope know that I've been a driver advocate for many years, people with disabilities also have their rights, and we have to make sure that if there's anything that's unclear, and we know every driver has in-camera facing video out, forward-facing out into the streets to protect their car and the way they're driving amongst the defensive driving that we have to do throughout New York City. We should continue talking about that because that's both, it is a larger conversation that has to be had on both sides to protect people.
Yes, and that's definitely, one other reason that we really support the bill is because, as you said, if you have
totally
evidence.
I totally get it. I'd like to continue the conversation offline as we have many people that need to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. You're now dismissed. I'll now ask committee counsel to introduce our next witnesses and administer the oath. Sorry, that was not communicated to me. Councilmember Narcisse has a question, please.
Good afternoon, and I apologize because I was scheduled for two committee hearings at once, so I had to be over there and I had to come here. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I always wonder with this bill, right? If street hails are allowed, will this cause a rise in insurance for commuters' vans? That's one. I would assume so, because I've been hearing a lot of complaining. I see somebody here talking about insurance. It's hard to get when it comes to commuter vans. If they can, I'm assuming if they can stop anywhere, now the insurance will be a problem. That's one. Insurance has been an issue for them for the past, I don't know how long, because I've been seeing this young man in my office. I don't want this to be an unintended consequence of passage of this important bill. So I would like for you to answer that before I ask my next question. The few questions. Anyone? Anyone?
The most important thing is in the black and brown community. Insurance is so high for us. We're small businesses. And what I did, I took that fight to Albany. Just like the people upstate New York, they did a risk retention group last year. They haven't passed. We introduced a risk retention group also to lower the cost of the insurance in local New York City here, so we all in the for hire business can have affordable insurance. I had that passed in the Senate, but we didn't push it in the Assembly, but hopefully next year we can do it. And with this bill that we have up there now in Albany, it will bring down the cost of the black car insurance per transit, ambulance, commuter vans. So we're calling on upstate, the governor, to sign this one. Will lower the cost for every for-hire vehicle, especially commuter vans, because we was paying at least, with the DFS, we're having a hard time. And we have to say thanks also to the TLC commissioner for part of this movement. And it's been a movement, and we're not going to stop and fight it till we get affordable insurance across New York City for commuter van, for all for-hire vehicle across New York City who's going through this problem here. And that is the reason why we're here also too. It doesn't raise the cost of the insurance because the street hail is just that the street hail is we've been operating for over 38 years, and when we pick up a passenger, we've been getting harassment and treated like criminal. Some of us lose our life driving vans because when the police pull us over, they paralyze guys I know who died already, and some of us get shot, we get stabbed, we get robbed, and then also when the passenger come on board, they've been harassed also by NYPD because they get on the vans, and we want to feel like we're first-class citizens in America, and we came to this industry with the American dreams. It's about feeding, but we're going to get the cost of the insurance down, and I'm fighting for all for-hire vehicles, not only commuter vans, to get affordable insurance across New York City and New York State, and we're telling MTA we want to be partnership with MTA, not the guys out there, because we fill a lot of gaps that MTA is doing, and we've been also taking the ridership that they left behind late at night, especially if you're familiar with Brooklyn and the library. Imagine a woman standing there coming from the library and turn her back to the park. She can get robbed and she can get raped. MTA cut their service certain time of night, if you're familiar with Brooklyn. So we're trying to get the service up and running. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Another question I have. Right now, do Uber and Lyft have representation right now if they're deactivated by any chance? I don't know if that question was asked before.
There is no process. I guess
no process.
There's the real issue is the process that exists is it's a partnership. We don't really know. It's a private partnership between Uber and their company-funded union called the Independent Drivers Guild. What we do know, if you go on the website, is Uber says Uber retains control over which drivers are even able to access that process. So what we really need here is a process that is not controlled by the companies, because your prosecutor cannot be your judge and jury.
I got you. I fully understood. Another problem that you just mentioned, which I'm with you with that, because I take Uber, I'm an Uber user, and it's just like not having an office, not having direct communication, and if the driver decided to do something. I understand there's bad apple out there, but sometimes the driver takes things for granted. So I'm in agreement. I would like to have better access. So because if you're a person that using the company, you should be able to talk to someone and have a communication. Because when you do it online, it's not the same thing as a person you can actually follow up. So thank you for your service. Thank you for answering my question, and thank you, everyone. And disclaimer, my father was a driver in New York City for many, many years, and black car, yellow car, and all. So thank you for your service, all that keeping New York City moving. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now thank you this time for real to the panel. I appreciate all of you coming out to, sorry, we have to keep order in the chamber. I'll now kick it over to council.
Thank you. I'm Mark Chen, counsel to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee of the New York City Council. Our next panel will be from the Taxi and Limousine Commission, Commissioner David Doe, and Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Community Affairs, James DiGiovanni. And from the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, Assistant Commissioner for External Affairs, Carlos Ortiz. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Chair Brooks Powers and other members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I'm David Doe, Chair and Commissioner of the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. With me today is TLC's Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Community Affairs, James DiGiovanni, and the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection Assistant Commissioner, Carlos Ortiz. We thank you for the invitation to provide an update on TLC's regulated industries and welcome the opportunity to start a dialogue on the TLC-related bills on the agenda. As is typical when I've appeared before this committee, I'll start with a general update on the TLC-regulated industry. As a whole, TLC licensed vehicles now complete between 22 and 25 million trips per month, the highest level of activity since before COVID. In August of 2024, the high-volume sector, that's Lyft and Uber, completed over 18 million trips, about 90% of 2019 levels, and yellow taxis completed nearly 3 million trips, about 50% of the August 2019 trip count. Additionally, non-high-volume for-hire vehicles completed 1.3 million trips in July of 2024, 71% of their 2019 levels. Similar recoveries can be seen through other metrics, including vehicle and driver counts. All the data that I just referenced and much more can be found on TLC's new data dashboard called the TLC Factbook, reflecting TLC's commitment to transparency. I'd like to provide updates on several recent TLC initiatives and developments that I know are of interest to the Council, drivers, and members of the public. As we wrap up Climate Week, TLC continues to support the city's climate goals. Earlier this week, we released a new report titled Electrification in Motion, which analyzes data generated by the fleet of more than 10,000 EVs now performing trips and documents the rapid expansion of charging investments since the Green Rise initiative launched in October 23. Green Rise requires high-volume companies to dispatch exclusively to zero-emission or wheelchair-accessible vehicles by 2030. I'm pleased to report that we're already exceeding our 2025 benchmarks. In August, almost 20% of high-volume trips were dispatched to EVs or wheelchair-accessible vehicles. This is largely thanks to EV-only FHV licenses issued in late 2023 and early 2024, over 90% of which went to individual drivers. As discussed in the report, Green Rise is already having its desired effect on spurring additional charging infrastructure, including more than 200 new fast charger stalls from Tesla and Revel, DOT fast chargers being installed in the Bronx, and an upcoming dramatic expansion of DOT's curbside Level 2 network in neighborhoods where TLC drivers live. Another important regulatory change is the implementation of Local Laws 33 and 56 of 2024, sponsored by Councilmember Farias, which allow for in-vehicle advertising in FHVs. TLC held a public hearing in August, and in response to public testimony and input from the Council, will soon publish revised rules for an additional public hearing. While the process for this complex rules have taken longer than anticipated, we welcome the feedback and look forward to opportunities to adopt the final rules. As you know, one major concern in the for-hire industry is Uber and Lyft's restrictions on driver access to their platforms, commonly known as lockouts. As background, in 2018, TLC commissioned a report by labor economists Dr. James Parrott and Dr. Michael Wright on the need for a minimum driver pay standard for app-based drivers. The report revealed that 85% of drivers were earning less than minimum wage. 80% of drivers bought their vehicles to drive for those platforms, taking on significant personal expense and risk, and driver earnings were declining. The report recommended a per-trip driver pay standard on time, distance, and utilization. The Council then passed Local Law 150 of 2018, directing TLC to establish such a pay standard. The utilization rate, or UR, part of the formula is vital, but also, frankly, has proven the most challenging. The UR is the percentage of time drivers spend transporting passengers. If a driver works for 8 hours, but only transport passengers for 4 of those hours, the UR is 50%. Drivers are only paid for trips, so the UR is used as a multiplier to compensate them for all working time. For example, if a driver would have been paid $10 for a 30-minute trip, but the UR is 50%, that $10 is multiplied by 2, and that driver must be paid $20 for that trip. The lower the UR, the more the companies pay their drivers. This incentivizes the companies to adequately manage their driver pool and keep drivers busy. What we have seen is that instead of long-term driver supply management, not onboarding new drivers, the companies added new drivers to their platform and then periodically locked them out of the platform to increase their UR. In other words, the companies use periodic lockouts to avoid paying drivers more. This is unfair to drivers and defies the intention of TLC's rules and the underlying local law. In July, we were able to get the companies to end Uber's lockouts by Labor Day, increase Lyft's UR to 50% annually, and end both companies' onboarding of new drivers. We view this agreement as a short-term solution to get drivers immediate relief, while TLC crafted a long-term answer in form of rules. And the agreement has worked. Uber's lockouts have ended, and the companies are not onboarding new drivers. We plan to establish new rules to ensure that drivers are paid and treated fairly. I'm looking forward to a robust public rulemaking process as we gather feedback from drivers and other stakeholders. I will turn now to the commuter van sector and its important role in the transportation network of many of our outer borough communities. There are currently 35 licensed commuter vans, down from 215 in 2019. The primary issue faced by the commuter van industry is that the high cost of insurance that meets state standard coverage levels. As one way to address the high cost, the state legislature allocated $11 million to the Commuter Van Stabilization Program, which is managed by the Empire State Development and offers $40,000 to commuter van operators to offset insurance costs as funding to reimburse safety equipment upgrades, such as dashboard camera and driver assistant technology. We work with ESD on this program and on the industry outreach. I encourage our licensees to apply to the program and former licensees to renew their TLC licenses to be eligible for these funds. TLC will continue to provide guidance to state agencies and elected officials as ideas and approaches are presented to address insurance issues in the commuter van sector. Another significant issue facing TLC's licensed industry is the financial condition of American Transit Insurance Company, which insures about 2/3 of the TLC licensed taxis and for-hire vehicles. Earlier this month, the New York State Department of Financial Services, which regulates insurance providers, released a regulatory report on American Transit's financial condition, detailing their insolvency. The report also explains that this is not a new issue. The company's insolvency has been well known by regulators, policymakers, and others for over 40 years. While insurance is a significant expense for TLC drivers, American Transit essentially offered rates lower than their competitors by operating at a loss, which stifled competition. DFS is working diligently to address this issue with stakeholders, but a comprehensive approach, including legislative action, is likely needed to ensure the long-term stability of the for-hire insurance market. Most importantly, American Transit is continuing to provide insurance to TLC licenses during this critical period. I thank DFS for their collaborative approach that they have taken on this matter and look forward to continuing to work with them and state policymakers to secure the long-term health of the taxi and for-hire insurance market. Finally, you may have heard about recent developments in the lawsuit related to taxi accessibility. As ordered by the Federal District Court, TLC has proposed rules requiring all new taxis to be wheelchair accessible. Because this will have a major impact on the finances of the taxi industry, we will continue to work with stakeholders to determine how we can increase accessibility while ensuring continued economic viability of the industry. This brings us to the bills on the agenda. And I'll start with the two bills relating to commuter vans. Intro 939 would authorize commuter vans to accept street hails. Currently, TLC licensed commuter vans are only authorized to provide pre-arranged service. TLC supports this legislation as a way to align local law with common industry practices and increase options in communities underserved by public transportation. However, it may be helpful to specify within the bill the geographic areas where street hails would be permitted, for example, only in the outer boroughs. Intro 950 would increase the number of violations required to revoke commuter van licenses from 3 to 6 violations and increase the time frame from 6 months to 12 months. Additionally, it would increase the number of violations required to suspend authorization from 2 to 3 in the 6-month period. So far, in 2024, TLC has issued 47 safety-related violations to commuter vans, but 0 to the licensed commuter vans. Because of the negligible number of violations issued to licensed commuter vans, the bill as drafted may not have its intended effect. We welcome additional conversations with the sponsor to better understand the bill's intent and history to determine what actions may be appropriate to address those concerns. Intro 277 would require taxi e-hail trips, such as those arranged by taxi apps Curb and Arrow, to pay drivers at least as much as they would have received on a traditional street hail trip on the meter. This bill would effectively reverse studies and rulemaking efforts dating back to 2018. When TLC first launched the FlexFare pilot, under this pilot, e-hail app companies were permitted to offer upfront pricing to taxi passengers, allowing taxis to compete with Lyft and Uber for customers. As upfront pricing is a key factor that contributed to the growth of the app-based FHVs. Granting the taxi industry the same flexibility is vital to ensuring their long-term competitiveness. Importantly, taxi drivers can decline e-hail trips if they're not satisfied with upfront price. The choice to opt in is theirs. E-hail now represents about 5 and 10% of taxi trips, small but important supplemental trip source for the industry at a time when taxi trips are still at about half of 2019 levels. TLC also analyzed fare and driver pay data, finding that per mile take-home pay was slightly higher for FlexFare than the metered rate trips, and that average FlexFare trip are longer than metered trips. Following our public hearing in response to stakeholder feedback, TLC also analyzed the driver pay data in alternative ways, finding that on trips with similar origins and destinations, FlexFare trips paid slightly more than metered trips. Based on all of this analysis, and because FlexFare is a small optional part of the taxi sector, we determined that it would not be appropriate to impose additional fare or pay requirements on taxi e-hail trips. Instead, we continue to monitor FlexFare's impact on the industry and may adopt additional requirements in the future as needed. Requiring e-hail trips to pay at the meter rate would harm taxi competitiveness and likely cause customers who prefer app-based dispatch to avoid the taxi industry altogether, reducing trips by as much as 10% and moving millions of dollars in revenue from taxi to Uber and Lyft. For those reasons, TLC opposes this bill. Intro 276 would prohibit high-volume companies from deactivating drivers without just cause or bona fide economic reason. The Department of Consumer and Worker Protection would oversee this process, supports Intro 276. Arbitrary or unfair deactivations are financially devastating for app-based workers, as DCWP is well familiar with the food delivery worker context, where they likewise support deactivation protections. Ultimately, DCWP's goal is to create fair labor standards for all that build upon past models of success and that have been stood up by workers and their advocacy organization. The administration looks forward to working with the council and stakeholders to create standard deactivation protections for these workers. Lastly, Intro 323 would require TLC to establish maximum rates for leasing, rentals, lease-to-own, and conditional purchases of for-hire vehicles. TLC recognizes the burden of high leasing costs, which is one of the reasons why we targeted the issuance of EV licenses to individual drivers and why we have adopted FHV lease transparency rules. We are also currently conducting a study to ensure that our driver pay rules align with current operating costs, including lease costs. While TLC does regulate lease rates for taxis, differences between the sectors make setting FHV lease rates more challenging. Makes and models in the for-hire sector are far more diverse than in the taxi sector. Unlike taxis, the FHV industry relies on a wide range of vehicle types to offer a variety of different services to passengers, from standard trips in compact sedans to premium services in luxury vehicles. Depending on their target market, a recent survey of drivers revealed that some may spend $40,000 on a new car, while others may spend well over $100,000. Determining the appropriate lease rates for such a wide range of vehicle types, makes, models, and years would be incredibly challenging, especially because lease prices typically include insurance, maintenance, and other costs that are difficult to capture. There is also much more variation in leasing arrangements in the FHV's sector, from lease-to-own and conditional purchase arrangements to informal short-term lease rentals between drivers, each of which would have to be addressed with distinct regulatory approaches. While we're open to exploring additional ways to reduce the burden of leasing costs on drivers, we do not believe that establishing maximum rates is the best approach. Thank you again for inviting me to provide an update on TLC's regulated industries, address recent developments, and offer the administration's position on the proposed bills. We look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure that New Yorkers can rely on the city's for-hire industry. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity for Councilmember Lewis to ask her questions first. Okay. So let's talk about the July agreement on the lockouts. On July 31st, 2024, the mayor and yourself announced that the city had secured agreements with Uber and Lyft to drastically reduce lockouts. What specific commitments were made by Uber and Lyft in regards to reducing lockouts, and how will these commitments be tracked?
So it was a three-prong approach. What we wanted to do, council member, was to ensure that we had an effort that provided relief for drivers immediately. A standard rulemaking process could take months, oftentimes more than several months. And so we wanted to make sure that we could provide relief for those drivers who were impacted by the lockouts immediately. One, it would end lockouts, which it has and continues to do, require Lyft to have a minimum utilization on an annualized basis of 50%. And the other part was that they would not onboard any new drivers and ensure that current drivers are busy before onboarding new drivers.
Thank you. And I'd also like to recognize Gotham Professional Arts Academy from Councilmember Crystal Hudson's district, who's joined us today. Welcome. We hope you enjoy yourself at City Hall. Were any of the agreements that were made or commitments memorialized in any formal documents?
Yes, there was a formal document from Lyft dated in July to provide their assurance that they would reach 50% on an annualized basis.
Can you share those documents with the committee?
We can.
Thank you. Are there any penalties or consequences if Uber or Lyft do not meet their commitments?
Yeah, so one of the ways that we're looking at this is that we're working with our stakeholders, including our advocates, to ensure that we have the correct rulemaking process in place. And we're going to take on a rulemaking process despite this deal, right? What I wanted to do was ensure that we work with Uber, Lyft, and many of the drivers, because what I've heard from hundreds of drivers is that they wanted immediate relief from this. And what we were able to achieve was immediate relief for our drivers. But that doesn't preclude us from issuing new rules, and we're working on them as we speak.
Thank you for that. Now, how long has Uber and Lyft agreed to pause onboarding new drivers? And when would it be appropriate for Uber and Lyft to begin onboarding new drivers again? Is there a utilization rate threshold you have an eye on at all?
As part of the agreement, they cannot onboard, but it is indefinite, and we want to look at memorializing some of the things within the agreement permanently, like not onboarding new drivers until there's a certain utilization rate. Again, this is all deliberative, council member, and we haven't finalized where we are yet. But one of the main aspects of this is to resolve the lockout issue in perpetuity.
Now, Uber's commitment to reducing lockouts is contingent on Lyft reaching a 50% utilization rate. If Lyft does not reach that rate, is there anything preventing Uber from reinstating their policy on lockouts?
Yeah, like I said, that we're working on rules to make permanent some parts of those agreements, but also additional rules to ensure that we protect driver pay, and then also ensure that hopefully in the future that loopholes like the ones that they have taken advantage of are closed.
And I know you said the rules are still being worked out, but will there be any changes to next year's utilization rate calculation to offset the impact of Uber and Lyft's lockout policy from the first half of this year?
We're looking at ways where the new rules may address that.
While the agreement with Uber and Lyft is a step in the right direction, it's ultimately a short-term solution to the larger problem of driver lockouts. What specific long-term solutions is TLC and the administration working towards to eliminate driver lockouts? And when the agreement was announced, you stated that there was a robust rule package designed to disincentivize access restrictions. Can you describe what those rules would do and when the rulemaking process will actually begin?
Yeah. I know that there have been a lot of pain for drivers during the couple of months that there were lockouts. And so that is why we are not only working with our advocates to looking at what they have put in front of us, but our own rules to ensure that lockouts hopefully are a thing of the past. What we're looking at is one, continuing onboarding restrictions, providing flexibility for drivers, and ending overall lockouts. This is something that I know is incredibly important to many of our drivers, but there is a very delicate balance in terms of the utilization rates that we need to be aware of, because that utilization rate increases driver pay, and so we're looking at that aspect as part of the solution as well. But our advocates have come up with real, meaningful solutions that I am examining, diving deep, and ensuring that we look at it deeply so that we can have the best rule package available. We hope that we can get the rule package out by the end of this year.
Thank you. I want to pivot to Green Ride's EV for hire vehicle applications. How many new licenses were given out last year when the EV for hire vehicle applications were open?
There were about 9,700 applications. We gave out about 8,700, and 93% of those went to individual drivers.
What's the percentage?
93% went to individual drivers.
Have all applications been processed?
We were very proud, and I thank our TLC licensing team for processing many of those licenses within a 4-month period. Excuse me.
What type of outreach was done to mitigate any negative impacts of the opening and quick closing of the application process?
Yeah, so as part of the litigation, we were required to close it in a 96-hour period, right? About 4 weeks before throughout that we opened the licenses, only about 2,500 applications were applied for. And then overnight, there was about 7,500 applications. And so we had a period where the judge recognized that it was Veterans Day to ensure that not only the public would know about the closure, we communicated that to the communities, and then the industry itself communicated to itself about that closure. And we saw a rush of 7,500 applications in the 96-hour period before we had to close it on that Monday at 9 a.m.
And did the influx of additional EV for hire vehicles result in pressure on the utilization rate that might have led to the lockouts?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in short, no. Many of the drivers were already driving. They were in leasing arrangements, right? And so they moved from having to lease upwards of $425 upwards to $900 a week to now owning their own vehicle and being able to own their own business and drive in New York City.
And going forward, how do we manage the driver ecosystem to balance the interests of new drivers or add EVs and wheelchair accessible vehicles while also reducing empty cars on our streets and supporting driver pay?
Yeah, so one of the main issues that I think we need to reflect on was that Uber and Lyft were onboarding thousands of drivers as of late last year and even early this year, right? Despite not having enough trips out there. And so what we're doing is we're looking at ways to limit onboarding of new drivers and ensuring that our existing drivers have enough jobs before we allow for Uber and Lyft to onboard new drivers. Again, like I said, it's a deliberative process. We're looking at many ways that would assist us with this, but it is crucial that we take a lot of time to think about how it would impact the overall infrastructure of driver pay and the industry.
And in terms of the for-hire vehicle license storage program, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the TLC created a for-hire vehicle license storage program to provide relief to license holders who could not afford to maintain their vehicles during the pandemic. That program ended in August of last year. The TLC has now established a short-term storage program that allows a licensee to put their license in storage once every 2-year renewal period for up to 90 days. Have you done a retrospective on this long-term storage program, and do you believe that it was successful? Are there any lessons that we can learn from the implementation of the program that we can apply going forward, particularly with respect to the new short-term storage program?
We wanted to ensure that drivers with the 90-day period to have flexibility when they travel abroad, when they have medical appointments, when they have long-term, other commitments, that they have the flexibility to put their license in storage. What we did not want folks to take advantage of this program were the big leasing companies putting their vehicles into storage and not putting them on the road to ensure that drivers not only have options for those vehicles. And so that was the intent of the overall rules, to ensure that drivers had access to these vehicles and not that the big leasing companies would be able to take advantage of that. However, we also had the flexibility built in for our drivers so that they could put their licenses in storage. And I have not heard of many cases where there have been concerns about the new storage program.
Thank you for that. And why was the decision made to limit the short-term storage program to only one use per 2 years? Like, what happens if there's an emergency, which we all know happens more frequently at times, more than once every 2 years?
Yeah, we believe that in a 90-day period over 2 years works for most, if not all, of the for-hire industry. Again, while passage of this rule, I heard some concerns, but I haven't heard additional concerns since the passage of this rule. We think it strikes the right balance, but we're always welcoming more, I think, feedback from the community to make any program a little bit better.
And how many drivers make use of the short-term storage program each month? What's the average number of licenses in storage?
I don't have that information right in front of me, council member. I don't know no, but we'll definitely get it, and hopefully we can get it at this hearing so we can provide it to you.
Thank you. And so far, do you believe the short-term storage program is a success? Do you have any intention to expand the program or loosen its requirements?
Like I said, we're always looking at our industry's feedback to make our programs, our rules, a lot better. I haven't heard a lot of pushback besides from when we passed the rule, but I'm focused on ensuring that drivers have options, especially when they're traveling abroad or having medical appointments that take them out of service or any other way to assist our drivers in their time of need and provide more flexibility.
Thank you for that. Next, I want to pivot to commuter vans. So commuter vans, as I've said many times, are vital in outer borough communities, providing an affordable and reliable transportation option in transit deserts. However, the number of commuter van basis drivers and vehicles have dramatically decreased in recent years. As you mentioned during your testimony, the number of licensed drivers and licensed bases have suffered a similar drop. You mentioned state-mandated insurance coverage as the primary issue facing the industry. Just for clarification, do you mean that this is a current issue, or did you mean that this was a primary cause for the collapse of the industry?
Like I said in my testimony, we're broadly supportive of ensuring that there's a continuum of different transportation options within all 5 boroughs of New York City. Commuter vans played an important role in many of our communities. I know and I've heard of stories where many students might be in Southeast Queens, but had to take a bus so that they can get to their subway station and get to Manhattan for their school. These are important stories that I hear about, and so the health of the commuter van industry is something I'm keenly aware of, wanting to ensure that there are options for our outer borough residents. Look, it is extremely devastating, right, that insurance has been so high for our commuter van industry. But what we know is that with state programs like the $11 million dedicated to commuter van insurance implemented by ESD is helping commuter vans get back on the road. We know that $40,000 subsidy with in-vehicle telemetrics and in-vehicle help to provide some of that security so that they can get cheaper insurance rates is going to help the industry as a whole. And so we're here to be supportive of the commuter van industry.
What other issues, in the TLC's opinion, stand in the way of a rebounding commuter van industry, and what can we do to smooth the way for them?
Yeah, so like I said, that we are going to try to implement the $40,000 in grants for the commuter van industry, and in fact, we have been working with ESD on a regular basis. They just released the applications for commuter vans, and I hope that every single commuter van who was previously active can reach out to the TLC so that we can get them active again so that they can participate in this program. Because as you heard from Leroy, you know, insurance can be anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000. A $40,000 grant is going to allow for a meaningful impact so that commuter vans can get back on the road.
And commuter vans are not easily replaced by taxis or for-hire vehicles, which are much more expensive, or by buses that may not service particular routes. But what are you doing to preserve this form of transportation for people who need it? How do you plan to address the challenges facing the commuter van industry?
Look, I've met with our commuter van associations, including Leroy and Hector, to ensure and learn about the challenges that are facing them. And what we have been able to do was work with them, work with the operators, learn about their challenges, and make flexible changes and exemptions when we could do that. And so typically, if authorized commuter van base might not have any vehicles, we require them to put at least one vehicle, right? The previous restrictions were much higher than that. If they have one vehicle associated with the authorization, we would work with them to renew that vehicle license and that base. And so we have working internally at the TLC, but also externally with the state to ensure that there is flexibility for our commuter van industry.
And has the TLC examined where these commuter vans are most concentrated? What kind of passengers do these commuter vans primarily serve, and where the routes actually go?
Yeah, commuter vans play an important role in transit deserts, like you said, in Southeast Queens, in parts of Brooklyn. And so we want to ensure, right, that there is a continuum of options, be it yellow taxi, for-hire vehicles, transit, and even commuter vans to address any of the concerns that our riders face in all 5 boroughs. And so I want to always provide more opportunities, more options for our residents instead of less options, right? And so more options means residents can get to where they need to go faster. And that is something that I think we should all be supportive of.
Thank you for that. Equally important in communities, especially Southeast Queens, is our public transit system, particularly the buses, because we don't have access to subways. We're a 2-fare zone. And some of the issues raised earlier by the pre-panel was around the commuter van industry being a potential threat to the bus drivers and diminution of service within these communities. Does TLC have any ideas in which they can help the commuter van industry rebound while still protecting the public bus network?
Yeah, so I understand where our transit workers are coming from. And make no mistake, I think that the industry has been impacted so hard, the commuter van industry has been impacted so hard that there's only 35 licensed commuter vans in all 5 boroughs licensed through the TLC.
But if this bill were to pass, it would probably, would you say, increase that number?
The street hail bill?
Yeah.
I can't say either way, right? But that is something that the commuter van associations are going to have to be hyper-focused on to ensure that not only the state help, but the additional flexibility provides to them makes their industry grow. But there are protections, right? Because any route has to be reviewed by DOT. But more so is that this is common industry practice, that they pick up passengers at various block to block, corner to corner. And so this is just memorializing some of what they're already doing into the law.
Okay, and another question that came, or another issue that came up in the pre-panel that I was hearing also, I think it was from ATU, is in terms of like the behavior of the commuter van drivers, which Mr. Morrison had indicated that was not the case of the licensed commuter vans. How does TLC manage what's on the road in terms of licensed versus unlicensed? Because as we look to explore what legalizing the street hails look like, we're not trying to reward the ones that are the bad actors that impact the safety and access to the bus services. So what has or can TLC do to address that?
Yeah, council member, enforcement is a key aspect of unlicensed commuter vans. We regularly
And enforcement is by TLC, right?
by
Or
yes.
PD?
Both by TLC and by PD. And so we regularly work with NYPD to ensure that commuter vans are operating legally so that there are the protections of not only insurance, but having a licensed operator, having a CDL operator, following DMV state guidelines. These are all incredibly important. And as I look through my data in 2023, about 95, there were 95 summonses in total. Only 5 went to licensed commuter vans. And so what Leroy was saying is correct, that 90 of the 95 went to non-licensed commuter vans. As of this year so far, all 47 summonses to commuter vans went to unlicensed commuter vans, right? And so I think for the most part, the licensed commuter vans are following the rules, the regulations, and the state traffic laws.
Is there a shortage of resources why the enforcement is not able to kind of address the bad actors?
Well,
because I know I have some that are in Rosedale that are not licensed, that do all types of things to people's property, and I know they're not the licensed ones.
Yeah, well, thanks to Mayor Adams and the administration, we were able to get 100 new TLC police officers. We're training our first class in 2 years currently, and are going to recruit more officers. And so that is going to help us provide more attention to areas where we can be helpful to you. So if you let us know about where they're operating, we will come out there and support you and your community. Yes, we're hyper-focused on ensuring that non-licensed commuter vans get licensed or not operate in New York City.
No, that is helpful. And is there coordination with TLC and PD in terms of how to engage the commuter vans, what is actually legal versus not legal, what they should have and shouldn't have?
Well, every unlicensed commuter van should not be operating, should not be picking up trips. And so they need to go through the regulatory process that assures that not only do they have the proper insurance, the proper licensing, but also the proper education so that they can operate as a commuter van. And so as we see commuter vans with non-New York State plates or Pennsylvania plates, et cetera, those are not operating legally on New York City roads. And so we're going to be focused on ensuring that they do not operate.
Thank you for that. And is the current rule prohibiting street hail something you enforce strictly? And if so, how many violations typically occur in a month?
Yeah, so we do enforce when we see it, right? But again, with 100 TLC police officers growing to 200 hopefully soon, we will be able to pay more attention to this issue in partnership with NYPD. But we work with every precinct to ensure that when we see that there is a higher number of certain issues and cases regarding commuter vans, we will address that based on constituent concerns, residents' concerns, to ensure that they don't see that type of activity in their communities.
Thank you for that. I'm going to yield to Councilmember Krishnan for questions.
Thank you so much, Majority Whip Brooks Powers. Thank you, Commissioner. And I just have a few questions for you on Intro 276. My first question is, will this bill negatively impact any existing processes to deal with deactivation?
So I'll have I think Carlos answered that question. He's with DCWP, who will be implementing this new law.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, council member, with respect to your question, our goal with this legislation is to, I think, build upon the successes of workers and worker advocates, support existing processes that are out there, certainly, but ultimately create a fair standard for all workers in New York City in this for-hire vehicle space. I certainly was very appreciative of the remarks in your opening statement to this point about other processes that are out there. I think that is the same intent that we have as an administration, and we want to work with you on that as we go in the legislative process.
So just to be clear, would this impact any other existing processes right now?
I think what we plan to. I think my plan is to ensure when we're drafting that we're not making any impacts unnecessarily. I think again we want to build upon success, not walk back anything that workers and their advocates have won for us.
Got it. Yeah. Do you have, or how many? Sorry, one question. Do you have any recommendations for the legislation?
Yes, I think, council member, we've had a lot of experience now in the space of just cause protections for fast food workers, a lot of experience in the context of food delivery workers. I think there are certainly tweaks we might want to work into legislation around arbitration and making it a more efficient and effective a process for workers who want to engage in that process. I think there's components of separation pay we think might be interesting that could help folks if they've been deactivated or unfairly deactivated. I think these would really help make sure that we are reducing the devastating financial impact that an unfair deactivation could have, or also we're disincentivizing companies having to deactivate workers too.
And finally, how many complaints or cases do you anticipate?
I think, council member, I heard my colleagues from Knightsville mention something around 2,000 cases that they've worked through. I've heard numbers from other advocates of upwards of 13,000 cases a year on deactivation. So I think we're looking at that kind of ballpark. And for us, that's certainly helpful for that to be kind of fleshed out in the record because we work very closely with OMB to identify resources if they're needed. And this kind of caseload is definitely significant.
So it would require perhaps funding or support resources, additional resources for DCWP?
I think that's part of the conversation we have to have, particularly with this amount of cases that are being spoken to on the record.
Got it. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Seeing no one else signed up, I have one question and we will move to public testimony. The chair had asked about green rides and the 8,500 new EV licenses that we've already rolled out here in the city. I wanted to know if we had any data on how many of those vehicles have stayed on the road currently, and if we have any percentage of folks that have gave up those EV licenses in the time being. I know we've had some difficulty with charging infrastructure, et cetera, so just wanted to ask around that.
Yeah, if I could step back and give a overall picture of where we are. We're 2 years ahead of schedule on our Green Rides initiative. The administration goal was to get to 100% either wheelchair accessible or EVs by 2030, and we're hitting that mark. 19% so far are now EV or wheelchair accessible in terms of the number of trips. Overall, we see that this has helped build additional infrastructure. Just yesterday, council member, I opened 10 additional, or I helped to open up, excuse me, it wasn't my charging, but opened up 10 additional fast charging stations in Manhattan. This initiative has spurred more infrastructure across all 5 boroughs and has potential to add additional infrastructure in the Bronx. And so we're very excited by this. In terms of the EV FHV numbers that you asked for, there were 10,243 EVs as of February 2024. And today, right, despite not issuing any additional licenses, there are about 11,490. And so what we have seen based on the regulation is that many individuals are transitioning from an ICE vehicle or an internal combustion gas vehicle to EV because possibly there is a lot more infrastructure out there. We have set up a task force to work with NYPA, to work with the New York and New Jersey Port Authority to build more infrastructure at JFK and at LaGuardia airports, and we're seeing that come to fruition so that the pain that drivers had to wait for last winter won't happen this year.
Great. And so do we have any data of folks that were initially given their EV licenses and then?
Specifically on that, I'll get back to you, Council Member, and see where we are at that. I apologize, I don't have that number in front of me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
And Chair Brooks Powers, there are currently 601 vehicles in storage in the FHV storage program.
601 currently.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you to TLC and your testimony today and participation. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and the decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics: Oversight, TLC for hire vehicles, commuter vans and other TLC licensees; Intro number 100, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to the suspension of alternate side parking regulations on LOSAR; Intro number 276, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to the wrongful deactivation of high volume for hire vehicle drivers; Intro number 277, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to taxicab driver pay for electronically dispatched taxicab trips; Intro number 323, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to establishing maximum rates for the leasing, rental, lease to own, and unconditional purchase of for-hire vehicles; Intro number 939, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to allowing commuter vans to accept hails from prospective passengers in the street; Intro number 950, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to increasing the number of violations required to revoke authorization to operate a commuter van service; Intro number 1021, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to the suspension of alternate side parking regulations on Patriot Day. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. We will call the first panel, which will be former Council Member Donique Miller.
Good morning, Madam. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. It is great to be in the People's House again. And so I just, after hearing TLC's testimony, I kind of just wanted to divert from what we were talking about, because obviously they either misguided or misinformed about what the commuter van industry really is at this moment in time and the services that they are providing. And I would love to work collaboratively with them and the other agencies to ensure that that's happening. But for him not to mention the actual mandated report that came out of the legislation that we passed back in 2018, that required annual review and reports of the industry around safety, that wasn't mentioned at all, and quite frankly, that was important as to whether or not you make a determination as to that this should be expanded. And also I just want to mention the first name basis of the industry folks is clearly where he's getting his information from. And I do take offense that something that we took nearly 8 years to make sure that we were protecting the safety and integrity of communities throughout the city to pass that legislation, to see it undermined and be diminished in a way that not just that street hails may happen in an arbitrary way, but also that the fines and penalties that were put in place be diminished as well. But what I really wanted to talk about was and very briefly, is that public transportation, and that transportation, what is not being spoken about here today, is the great equalizer. We do talk about transportation deserts, often communities of color, and the impact that that has on there. But transportation, what we're missing is that there is an obligation by the city and the state to ensure that they're providing this public benefit equitably throughout the city. In the city that we see communities that have public transportation options or have new options such as ferries that are being subsidized at $12 and change per trip. And in other communities, their options are commuter vans, which are greatly underfunded, that are not regulated, and oftentimes not providing a safe service. Clearly, it was also demonstrated that they don't provide, they're not ADA accessible, they're not accessible to those who would normally access fair fare programs and so forth. So that is an equity that our community really is losing out on. And I think in order for us to have equitable growth throughout the city, we have to talk about equitable transportation options. As we move further, I think one of the testimonies, whether 100 or ATU, talked about transportation funding. Transportation funding by the MTA on the operations side is strictly by fare box. And anything that interferes with the fare box, the numbers that are coming in, the people that are getting on that are captured by the fare box, diminishes the service that is provided. As we talk about transportation equity and transportation as the great equalizer, there's been conversation about congested pricing, and as this committee knows, that if and when that is implemented, it is only for capital projects, meaning that the operations of bus service is not going to be impacted by it. It is not going to get you a contract. It is not going to provide benefits. It is not going to impact the day-to-day operations. And certainly, I don't think that in our lifetime that we're going to see light rail or subways riding down Merrick Boulevard, Flatbush Avenue, Northern Boulevard, anywhere of these transportation deserts that currently exist. So we have to look at, common sense measures that really matter. One of the things is...
Sorry.
Okay. So we talked about very briefly, and we've been working on the bus network redesign. I think those are areas that we can focus on, and we could, right now, we can have a conversation about what the industry, the commuter van industry does, but to arbitrarily integrate them into bus stops and street hails, I think is a wrong move.
And I thank you for that testimony. I will say that I've heard consistently similar to what you shared in terms of the concerns in the bus route or below 96th Street. And so considering that you have a significant transportation background, I would love to hear from you what could you see as a world where these two industries coexist without diminishing the other? And I ask you this because as someone who has and continues to represent parts of Southeast Queens, you know firsthand what that ridership looks like. And then I do want to have a follow-up question that I asked earlier, and I didn't really get a clear answer, but when the commuter vans are not available, do you see that the majority of those riders go to taking a bus, or do they go into their personal vehicles?
Well, no, I think that those who travel into the city or into other boroughs for work are probably using New York City or public transportation. Just in general, yeah, just the short of it, yeah. I think they're taking public transportation as a alternative, not necessarily an alternative mean, but what I would envision, what I think has not been captured is that there are communities that are truly transportation deserts for a plethora of reasons, logistics and otherwise, somewhere like the Rockaways and so forth, like that. I think whether or not we're leveraging this conversation around greater public transportation options, but in the meantime, could we see something like that in there? But in terms of where routes already exist, which I think is the task of DOT, is to look at the existing routes and to see whether or not they are functioning efficiently. Can they be better? Could they be assisted by the vans? And so that's their job in licensing the vans, is assessing whether or not they are not performing or providing a service in that area. So if in terms of collaboration, I think DOT and their data collaboratively with the Transit Authority will really serve to dictate whether or not or where they could possibly operate.
And then I know, like, for example, in Queens, we have the Queens bus redesign going on, which I still find, and I'm hopeful that we'll still see some more changes. I'm concerned about, one, diminishing of our bus services through it, but also, two, there are still pockets of the community that still would not have a direct access readily, where they could walk maybe a block and a half to a bus stop. And so do you feel that in instances where when you look at the map and the bus redesign is still not capturing certain neighborhoods, that there is a way in which the commuter vans could be that connection to the buses? Because,
well,
again, I know that...
At that point, so we're talking about creating what we got rid of 30 years ago, which is a two-fare zone, or putting a van to a bus to a train.
Well, some of the bus redesign
like
creates a 2-3 fare zone now.
I would suggest that you get the MTA in here and have a hearing on the redesign and what that look like. Often the routes that run throughout the city of New York, and particularly in the outer borough, they were old trolley routes, and they haven't been changed in 75 years. They were industrial communities that are now residential and vice versa. And so, this is really an opportunity to be better and to have an impact on communities, on industries in a way. I think it's really important to do that, but I wouldn't, just throw out the baby with the bathwater, that one thing shouldn't exist or the other. I think that it's really important to finally have their ear and the resources and revenue behind it. But again, losing revenue at a time where MTA is hiring people to circumvent fare dodging and the rest of that stuff, but to give it away is really abdicating their fiduciary responsibility of all, not just agencies, but bodies of government, including the council, to make sure that we have the operating expenses and revenue that are going to allow them to serve folks efficiently. And we don't want to do anything that takes away from that. Is there a space for them to make money? I think that we have absolutely done our due diligence to incorporate commuter vans wherever we can, but in the daily operations of You know, we want people to be safe and efficient. Mind you, from an ATU perspective, that industry started in Staten Island, running back and forth, and they, you know, crossing into Manhattan. It would potentially have great damage. They talked about industries nationally where corporations come in, use policies and legislation such as this, and run fleets on public transportation, and we don't want to diminish that and see that in that way. And I just also want to say how much I do support Intro 276. It makes all the sense in the world that you know, collective bargaining, due process, and discipline is a basic fundamental and tenet of labor rights, and it just absolutely has to happen. So.
No, I thank you for that.
Yep.
Thank you. And also, I'd just like to clarify for everyone something that was stated. Although no video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table, members of the public may record these proceedings from their seats but may not use tripods or obstruct walkways. We'll have our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and you know, as always, I am available.
And we understand that there are some members that are signed up that will have to step away to pray. We will come back if we call and you're not in the room, so just understand that too. So we'll next have Paul Sun, Jeremy Moskowitz, Iovani Ramos, Saful Haq, Ibrahim Zor. Just come to the front. And please just introduce yourself before you speak so we can have it on record as well. And I just want to make one more attempt to see if Michelle Doughton of IDG is in the room. If so, you can come up now as well. Started, just please unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Ramos. I come to plead to help me for my family because my account is activated. When Uber come to the market in New York City, I'll be here to help Uber as I am the first driver started driving Uber in the market. When I started Uber, I make a lot of money, little money for my family. Then still, when a lot of people come to the Uber driving, I know I make a lot of mistakes. Uber is close my account. We still have a balance for. I bought my car, and I had to pay the bills for my family. I had to pay the mortgage, and a lot of things in my bills for my family. Now I'm little to do me a favor, please, to try to go back to driving Uber. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you for the great mind that set this meeting today, for us to be here to present our case. My name is Ibrahim Zuri. I'm a member of NYTWA, and I drive for Uber and Lyft. So I was deactivated by Uber in 2019, and that put a great impact on me and my family because I could no longer provide, the necessary basic that my family need. So I find myself in a situation where I went to pick up a passenger, and at that pickup location, I was blocked by another driver, so I can pursue my journey to drop the passenger. So I reached out to the driver of that car to find out if he was sleeping in his car. That's why he couldn't respond to my horn to move away. So we engaged into a conversation. My passenger out of the vehicle came behind me and recorded the situation between me and the other driver and sent it to Uber. So I was deactivated because of that. 6 months after the situation happened, they waited 6 months to deactivate me. So I reached out to Uber office to see if the problem could be solved. So at Uber office, they referred me to IDG to solve the problem. So when I went to IDG, so I was told by IDG member that my situation is critical and it had to be reviewed by the Uber headquarters. So ever since, I never have been able to have my account reestablished.
Thank you. I just asked if you could submit the rest of your testimony in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremy. I'm with Voyager Global Mobility. We run two of the largest TLC rental fleets in the city, Buggy and Fast Track. We are weekly, no strings attached rentals. We do not trap drivers in long-term leasing agreements. We're an important part of the industry. We're here so that people can go on vacation for 2 or 3 months abroad, that they can save their expenses if they get deactivated or find themselves in other trouble. We do whatever we can to help drivers who are deactivated, involving giving any documents that we have, payment history, contracts, whatever we can do. Sometimes we'll get calls from the IDG or from Uber or Lyft. We're here today in terms of your overall oversight of the TLC to request that you sincerely focus on the insurance storm that is about to hit. We manage our insurance responsibly. It's built into our very fair rental pricing. We have a large array of nice vehicles that are fully covered. We manage our insurance responsibly. We've never been late on a payment. We pay out claims. With American Transit, if one of our drivers gets in an accident with them, I will fax a claim over. I will wait 2 months. I will never get paid. It's a shame that everyone has known about this forever, that they have let drivers get on with low premiums so people aren't managing their finances responsibly. The other major players, Hereford and Maya, are not that much better. And so this is a storm that's brewing. We commend what the larger council or committee or city council discussed on changing the insurance rates. But before any conversation about rental prices or the government regulating rental prices, the city needs to get a real strong handle on the insurance industry and its major effects on drivers, as well as interest rates, borrowing for people who are buying their cars, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. Do you have any questions? The next panel we'll have is Mohammed, Dennis Addison, Saif Azar, Bamba Diakite, Walter Hurdle. We ask that you just introduce yourself at the start of your comments, and we ask that you hold it to the 2 minutes because we have a lot of people signed up today to testify.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Ali Awan, and I drove Yellow Cab for 26 years and then switched to this promised land they call Uber and Lyft, because we thought the life is going to get a little better, but it's not. This company have enormous kind of like control on the driver. They can deactivate anytime they want, and we are deactivated for a very long time, which impact on our life and our family's life. And it's just like, it's saying on top, like government of the people, by the people. So we are the people. So we need the help from the city council and the members and the chair to please just like make the regulation to stop this deactivation for like unknown time and for forever. This shouldn't be like there because like we are the one who are sitting on this hot seat, driving for hours and hours. We burning our blood and burning our fuel. We paying for all the expense of this car. This company, Uber and Lyft and other app companies, they have nothing. They are just, in reality, they are just the connecting companies. They are connecting us with the passengers. That's all they do. But they make all the rules and they control everything. It shouldn't be like that. So City Council and the Taxi and Limousine Commission should be come out with some kind of like the regulations to stop this nonsense deactivation. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name Bamba Jagite. I do taxi job long time. Okay. Before I talking about, I got my own problem. I think my friend problem. I got a lot of driver now in the hospital and the home. If I wake up morning, because he got a lot of children, he got a lot of family. Me, Uber lock up. This is not fair. If I wake up, I go see them. Before you talking your problem, you talking somebody problem. Okay, I started Uber. 2019, Uber closed me. Uber closed me, nobody complained me. Uber closed me because he said my point is low. I go 174 in the Bronx, Uber office. He telling me go take a class in the Williamsburg. I go Williamsburg, the teacher see me. He said, man, you know how problem, your point is good. I said, man, Uber close to me because my point is low. Okay, IGD, I see IGD take $18 my bank account. He said, you know how big problem. Uber how to open you. I say, okay. Every month, IGD take $18 my money. How many times he don't do nothing? Uber don't open me. You see, I got a family home. May he take my money, IGD, he don't do nothing. After that, I do Yellow Cap, Queens Boulevard, 31st Street. He have Taxi Alliance office there. I go Taxi Alliance office there, I talk to them. I say, I got a problem. Then my friend have problem too. Uber close me. Uber close me because my rating is low. I said, no, nobody complain me. But Uber no open me. I got a big family, large family. Uber don't open me. Okay. Uber pull, I pick up Uber customer, he beat me. But Uber don't do nothing.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Walter Hurdle, and I am in the industry for 6 years with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance for 2.5 years. I was unfairly deactivated by Uber, and as a result, I lost $1,200 a week. There are so-called 3 strikes where in the first situation, during COVID, I had a mask on my mouth, but not on my nose. A customer complained. Even though I had a petition in my vehicle, I got an email from Uber who said, any further allegations of this nature, you will be removed from the Uber platform. The second time was with a mounted phone, you get rides. When next ride before the first ride is finished, you have to interact with your phone. I got an email from Uber. A customer said you was using your phone. They said again, any allegations of this nature can result in removal from the Uber platform. The third time was a young lady. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I said, ma'am, I'm just gonna wait for you to get inside before I drive off. I don't know why she took it the way she may have, because I felt like my responsibility doesn't end when I close the app. That humanity takes over, and if something were to happen to this passenger, I need to interact. The $60,000 I invested in my vehicle for my quote-unquote partners, Uber and Lyft, is now a burden now, because even though I have to make my car payment, my insurance payment, my rent, whatever, my bills don't stop. This deactivation process with Uber, intro.
Thank you. If you have anything additional, you can submit it in writing. Sir? You have to turn on the mic, sir. And just let us know your name as well.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Addison. Thank you so much for making this possible at the hearing. I've been in this business now for six and a half years, and a member of the New York Taxi Alliance as well for 2.5 years. I've been unfairly deactivated by both Uber and Lyft, and weekly I make over $1,600. And since Uber have deactivated me, it was very much unfair for me and my family. I have a vehicle that I invest in over $65,000 that I had to pay for that, my insurance, fees, and all these different things that I have to pay for, maintaining my family. It's been so difficult since then, losing my job from Uber and Lyft because of the deactivation, lost my vehicle, don't have any income coming in. It has been so difficult for me and my family. The deactivation is really unfair to drivers like myself, and the panels here is testifying the same thing. We'd like to see if this independent department can really step in and help us, because we know that it will lift the burden off of us to some degree, but at the same time we can make ends meet. It's not easy dealing with passengers who lie and say different things about drivers like myself and others who are working so hard. And all of a sudden you become deactivated. All because what? Uber listens to these passengers to get free rides because of what they say. They don't even take into consideration us, the drivers. We are completely mute. We have no saying, we have no comment in anything whatsoever. So please, if you can listen and hear what we're saying, it is greatly appreciated by most drivers, all of the drivers in Uber and Lyft.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Krishnan has a question for the panel.
Just one question, especially for the last two drivers who testified. When you were deactivated, did you try the IDG process? What happened in that process? Did you reach out to the company?
I'm sorry.
No.
When I go to Uber office and I called them and I plead with them, I call them every single day, go down to the office every single day, to no avail. We cannot help you. Try this, try that. They didn't give me no kind of warning. They didn't give any kind of leeway like what they're saying.
Just for clarification, he's asking about going to IDG through their process, not Uber.
There's no help. They just take my money and just say that they will try to help me, and did nothing. They charge my credit card every given month because of fees and all that stuff, and I had to put a stop to it. IGG ain't helping me. They're not for me.
And sorry, did you hear back after you tried to go through the process?
Nothing. It's like this, deaf ears.
So have you heard anything from the IDG process or from the app company?
The app company, nothing. At this point, I'm at the mercy right now, thanking you for listening to what I'm going through. Nothing. I wish someone could say something to me to let me know what's the way out. I have not gotten no response.
Thank you.
And just for my own clarification, when you say your card is getting charged each month, are you talking about your union dues, or are you talking, what are you referring to when you say that your card is being charged?
Yeah, it's a due that they say that in order for them to help you, you have to give them your credit card information for them to charge, for you to pay them every given month. I assume that's what it is, but they didn't make it clear. Mm-hmm. After 6 months, I said, no, I can't continue because every time I go to them, they're not telling me anything. I go to the office when I call them, or they put me on hold, or whatever the case may be. They're not clear to me what's what. And then when I get irate and go down to the office, not being rude to them, irate because I'm upset that you're taking my money but not helping me. You say you're going to help me to reactivate my account, nothing.
And so you're still not reactivated?
No, no.
Sorry, so you had to say what your experience was.
Yes, I never went the IG process because it was widely known that IDG was funded by Uber. So a lot of people, don't trust them because it's like you're knocking on deaf ears. And as far as the activations is concerned, even right now, I want to work. When I go on my Lyft app, I can't work because I'm locked out. This is what happens every single day to all of these drivers. We're locked out all day long, and they turn us on whenever they want to, even though they call us partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. We'll call the next panel up. Yoden Thoden, Desmond West, Latif Ajala, Josh Gold, Alpha Barry. Anthony Ibozo, Frank Haley, Shahal Udin, and Carmen Cruz. And again, for those who are praying, we'll just come back to those names afterwards.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Yoden Thonden, and I'm here to talk about Intro 100, so thank you for allowing me to jump the line a little bit. I come from the Tibetan community in New York, and we also have a lot of for-hire drivers in our ranks, but I'm here to talk about Intro 100. And thank you to Councilmember Julie Wan for sponsoring this. So I am a lifelong New Yorker, Tibetan, born and raised in Manhattan, District 3. I raised my 3 kids here. I also have this strange distinction of being the first Tibetan born in New York. And I also serve on Manhattan Community Board 5. So I grew up in the city in the 70s and 80s at a time when the entire Tibetan community in the tri-state area could literally fit in my parents' living room. And it's been amazing to see in the last decades how our community has grown to now tens of thousands. So I'm asking you to support this bill that would allow us to fully celebrate the most important holiday of the year for us, Losar, Tibetan New Year. This holiday is shared by all those who follow the Tibetan lunar Buddhist calendar, and we now number 60,000 in New York City. We fill all professions and walks of life, and we are also your for-hire drivers. The next time you get into a cab or an Uber or a Lyft, it might be one of us. Losar is our most high holy day, and we request the recognition that we deserve in this great melting pot and mosaic of New York City.
Thank you. We just ask that you submit the rest of your testimony.
That's
if
it.
you're not
Thank you
finishing
very
in
much
writing.
for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Desmond West, President of Royal Rose Transportation, Commuter Van. I've been in the business for over 30 years, and we go through just as strict regulations as a bus driver, medical, everything. Mr. Miller was here before me, and I think that some of his argument was very biased, and I think what we are doing now, we are almost doing street ales now. So we're only asking for it to be legalized so that we won't get any tickets for it. Because in our neighborhood, sometimes a person comes out, the bus just went by, and they need to catch a bus. We complement the trains. Most of the dollar vans or the commuter vans complement the trains because it's a two-fare zone. The people drive on the bus are free. The bus driver don't care if they're there or not. They pick up and they leave. So if the bus is gone, the only other alternative for the riders to get to their job on time is to get on a commuter van, and we are there for them. So I ask that the street ale be approved by the board. Thank you.
I'm going to interpret for her. Would you mind just moving over? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Carmen, soy miembro de New York Taxi Workers Alliance.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen, and I'm a member of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance.
Tengo 11 años conduciendo para Uber. Es muy importante para mí tener seguridad en mi trabajo y no estar con miedo de que cualquier momento puedo ser despedida por Uber o Lyft.
I've been working as an Uber driver for over 11 years, and it's very important to me to have security in my work and not constantly live in fear that I could be fired at any time.
La ley 276 puede protegernos de desactivaciones injustas y darnos un plazo de 14 días.
The law 276 would give us this job security, give us protection. It would also mandate that the companies give us 14 days notice if they are to fire us.
Para nosotros tener un proceso equitativo de que los choferes podamos ser escuchados.
We need this equitable process where drivers can be heard.
Inclusive la ley puede proteger a los conductores para las pérdidas económicas debido a estos bloqueos injustos.
Additionally, 276 can help drivers against the economic losses that we're facing due to the lockouts.
Una solución para bloqueos en esta ley 276 para que Uber y Lyft participen en una disciplina progresiva donde puedan investigar estas infracciones de una manera justa.
This law would mandate progressive discipline and would, force them to have a real investigation into what actually happens, and it also would apply to lockouts.
También los acuerdos entre la ciudad Uber y Lyft sobre los laqueos, la ciudad lo está permitiendo. Sabemos que Uber engaña las reglas del pago.
I also think it's important to say in the deal between Uber and Lyft and the mayor, this deal allows Uber to cheat the pay rules.
Thank you. And I just ask that she submits the rest of her testimony in writing.
Since she was translating, can she finish her testimony? Have extra time?
Sure.
She's almost done.
If we could just put another 40 seconds back up on there. You're wrapping up now,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Necesitamos una solución que ponga un alto al bloqueo y que aumente el pago para compensar las pérdidas de viajes. Es por eso que Uber empezó los bloqueos.
We need a solution that not only ends lockouts, but that raises driver pay to make up for loss of trips. Cheating the pay rules is why Uber started the lockouts in the first place.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, City Council. My name is Frank Haley. I've been a TLC licensed driver since 2016. I work for Uber, Lyft, and I've worked for apps that dispatch MTA accessory trips. I'm here to support Intro 276. Hopefully that gets passed. Drivers need something to protect them against unfair deactivations. We have absolutely nothing. I mean, any app or any client can make a story up, lie. Recently, I had a Lyft passenger just lie because, she was in a rush. She wanted to get there quick. She wanted me to drive quicker. I told her no, to be vindictive. She filed a complaint against me. Lyft didn't even give me the date of the incident. So even if I have dash cam in my car, I can't even defend myself if they don't even provide that information. They don't disclose the time and date of the incident they're referring to, and they can just come against you with anything, and it's very hard for a driver to defend themselves. I was also deactivated from the MTA because they claimed I didn't take a drug test. And I was never notified from the app companies, and it was completely unfair. It was never disclosed that they would do random drug tests. Drivers are also not compensated for those drug tests. And when they deactivate, you have no recourse. I did try to file claims with IDG. They have a website where you can submit claims. They didn't even get back to me. I opened a case. They gave me a case number. They assigned a steward, but they never got back to me. They claim an 80% success rate. I doubt that's accurate. I mean, this is very important. Drivers, they'll lose all their income, right? You deactivate them, they have car bills to pay. As soon as you deactivate them, you're right to poverty. I mean, I'm asking the City Council to seriously consider pass this bill. Drivers need these protections, and it's long overdue. So I hope you pass it.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Next, we will call up Naveed Parucha, Shamsur Rahman, Madibo Doikara, Adna Babra, Mohammed Ali Awan, and Richard Ehon. And when you come up, we just ask that you state your name before speaking so we have it for the record and adhere to the 2-minute rule. Bashiru Kamara, Yifeng Chen, Charles Dorville, Max Chung, Suresh Chad, Wayne Chin, Kara Klita, Aki Wunmi, Anthony Komolafe, you may begin taking the mic off mute, and please state your name and adhere to the 2-minute rule.
Hi, my name is Naveed Paracha, driving for Uber since 1990. Then I stopped it, then I started again. Since permanently I'm working with them since 2018. Recently I was labeled with illegal driving, and I did reach to Uber via chatting, and I was end up in artificial intelligence. So then I talked to them verbally. They say we're going to dig into the issue within 24 hours. It never happened. And I just want to know the reason, because what was my mistake, what was the timing, what was the date, but they always ignore it. Finally, I went to the Uber office, Green Hub, make an appointment, and they were surprised by themselves that the rider allegation was I did the sharp turn. So I think this should not be the cause of deactivation. And secondly, they labeled me with the ride cancellation, which is provoking a rider who intend to accept the ride but not to accept it. But this thing is created by the Uber by itself. The reason is this: when we get to the place to pick up the rider, the 5-minute time is started. After the 5 minutes, Uber offer us either you stay or make extra money. And in the meanwhile, when the rider showed up, we click to start the ride. Then Uber send this message, the cancellation that you're doing purposely. This is not the driver. So this, I mean, I never had this kind of a situation listening from the people of the deactivation. I couldn't sleep to 2 days, and I was never wanted to open the Uber app. It was very frustrating for me. And it shouldn't be the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. We just ask that you submit the rest in writing.
Yes, I will do.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Suresh Chand, and I'm 30 years driving yellow cab since 1994. We have bought auction in Bloomberg administration, the WOW medallion for $865,000. Now we have a lot of burden. We have not forgiven the loan from the bank and lender because Signature Bank is out of business, bankrupt, and the lender, new lender, OSK, they don't give us. So I request to Councilman, Shekhar Krishnan knows this old story. Chuck Schumer did this MRP with the TLC, but they must be forced to do this loan, and we will be, otherwise we'll be out of business. We have this WOW car, WOW vehicle, which is cost $90,000. So we don't want to share, we don't share any money from the city, whatever, but it's cost too much increase now. We want the flex fare, but what app pays to us, if they want to charge some money, they charge the customer. We want our meter fare, what we use to have regularly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Samsur Rahman. I've been an Uber driver for more than 10 years now, and I never had an issue with Uber. But recently, this month on the 24th, I received a notice from Uber that my account is deactivated. They claim that I did unsafe driving. So in the last 10 years, I never had any issue. And right now, they consider me as an unsafe driver. And they just provided me with 2 dates. Last month on the 2nd and this month on the 15th, they said I did unsafe driving, but they're not disclosing the exact date and time because I do have dashcam in my car. So if they don't give me the exact date and time, how can I defend myself? So I went to the Uber office twice, but they couldn't really help me out. They sent me to IDZ. I went to them, and they said they submit an application for appeal. But they told me that I gotta wait at least 3 months to up to a year to get a decision on my appeal. And most of my riders are happy with me. I get tips, but sometimes I do get some riders that always complain, tell me to make U-turns, which are illegal. Then they do make false report. Some riders, they ask me to cancel the trips, and so they could pay me cash, which is illegal. I don't do that. They make a false report. Sometimes I get so many riders. I'm allowed to take only 4 riders, up to 4 riders. But when I don't take more than 4 riders, they're gonna pile up into my car. They make false report. So there are just too many false reports coming in from riders. And Uber must give us reasonable time so we could submit the documents.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wayne Chin. I'm a yellow cab owner driver, and I support the way to pay require the air company to pay the meter fare rate, and also I ask the city for a vehicle extension because my next vehicle had to be wheelchair accessible vehicle, and also my loan, my current Medina loan is not restructured yet. My bank, I pay my bank $2,000 a month, only on the interest rate, and the new accessible vehicle costs $1,400 a month. So it will be a big burden on me until my loan restructure with my current bank, and we stay waiting for the city MRP2 program for my bank to join or a new bank to take over our loan. So until that time, I asked the city and TLC to extend our vehicle, retirement. So I asked the TLC and city to extend our vehicle retirement until our loan are restructured. So that otherwise I had to keep my medallion in storage and eventually do the bankruptcy. So I asked until extension for my vehicle operation, until my loan are restructured. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. My name is Akiumi. I started working with Uber in November 2018, and almost a year after, Uber deactivated my account, and I got in touch with the support team to find out the reason why my account was deactivated, and I was told a passenger reported out he or she felt unsafe in the car, and I asked the guy, I said, I'm going to ask you 3 questions, okay, and I need you to answer me. I said, if you're in a car and you feel unsafe with the driver, would you wait till you get to your destination? Or the last option, you report to Uber immediately, but you waited till you got to your destination, you're now making a false allegation. What sense does that make? And the guy was like, well, I'm sorry, your account has been deactivated, there's nothing I can do, blah, 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 blah. So that was it. This was in 2019. Now, the thing here now is this Intro 276 is the only option all the drivers in New York have to have peace of mind and rest of mind. If not, we'll continue to go through this unlawful, illegal, and unfair deactivation by Uber and Lyft. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Next, we're going to call up Allison Langley, Muhammad Barry, Barry Muhammad, Denzina Tenzing, Jorli, Sering Jupa, Praduma Ramaji, and I apologize if I'm not doing justice to your names as someone with a difficult first name myself. So please just say your name as you open up and forgive me.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Allie Langley. I'm a staff attorney at the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. You've heard today, and we'll hear more from my colleagues and the members of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance about the importance of passing Intro 276. So I would like to focus my testimony on 2 other bills before the committee today, Intro 323 and Intro 939. Intro 323 requires the TLC to implement lease caps for for-hire vehicles. Lease caps should be an uncontroversial regulatory tool. They've been an essential part of regulating the yellow cab sector and protecting driver pay for years. Unfortunately, the TLC has failed to take any action, and you heard that directly from them today, even though they themselves have identified that these leasing arrangements are predatory and have a significant negative impact on driver pay. They allege to be doing other things to support leasing drivers who are leasing, but nothing that they said held up today. They said they released the EV FHV licenses in part to support those drivers. They did nothing in that process to make sure that it was targeted at drivers who are renting, so it just flooded the market and actually harmed all drivers and decreased all drivers' income, which we're seeing in the lockouts. Intro 323 fixes this by mandating the TLC to set lease caps, and it should be passed immediately. In addition, NYTWA opposes the passage of Intro 939, which would give street hail rates to commuter vans. This would harm other for-hire vehicles in this sector, including yellow and green cab drivers. The yellow cab trips simply have not recovered after the pandemic, and taking more street hails away from them would really only serve to push drivers further into poverty. In addition, you heard from drivers about how their operational costs will be almost doubling because of a recent court order requiring that all new yellow cabs be wheelchair accessible vehicles. This is going to have a significant negative impact on drivers. It's going to push them into poverty.
I just ask that you submit the rest in writing, but I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Tenzin Dorje. I work as a lecturer in political science at Columbia University. I'm here to support the bill to add Losar, the Tibetan Buddhist New Year, to the alternate side parking suspension calendar. Losar is celebrated by up to 100,000 people in the city if we include not just Tibetans, Mongolians, Nepalese, Ladakhis, Sherpas, Mumpas, Kalmyks, etc., but also thousands of others across the city who follow Tibetan Buddhism or the teachings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Now, if you've ever been to a Losar celebration, you know it's like New Year's Eve, the Super Bowl, Thanksgiving, all rolled into one. It's a time for families to come together, honor our traditions, and start the year with hope and blessings. But right now, when the clock hits 11:30 on Losar, instead of focusing on prayers and celebrations, we have to worry about where to move our cars. There's nothing like a parking ticket to ruin your New Year celebrations. Many members of our community are essential workers. They're nurses, taxi drivers, social workers, small business owners who have kept this city going through the toughest times. They have risked their lives for all New Yorkers. They've fought the pandemic on so many levels. The least we can do is give them the peace of mind to celebrate Losar without interrupting their prayers, without having to rush out of a family gathering just to move the car to the other side of the street, without having to spend half an hour looking for a parking spot. This bill is a small gesture of respect and inclusion, recognizing the rich cultural tapestry that makes New York City the greatest city in the world. By declaring Losar a street cleaning holiday, we are acknowledging the contributions of a diverse community that has given so much to this city. And we are saying, hey, your celebrations matter too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Pradyuman. I live in Queens. I'm driving in New York City since 2015. First started, I drive in yellow cab. After that, I switched into the Uber and Lyft. And when I started in 2017 Uber, after a few months in Uber, deactivated my account because I have a confrontation with the customer. He came with a dog, and he claimed his dog is service dog, but I refused because his dog was big and hairy, and dog was not service dog. There is no tag. Service dog has a tag, and there's different belt, right? And then after that Uber, the next day the Uber deactivated my account. And I have a question: all dog animals are service animal we must take, or just service animal? That's why they deactivated my account. Since 2017 to now, still my account is deactivated. That's my problem. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Tenzin Dorje, and I'm a father of 2 daughters, and I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad and a part-time Uber and Lyft driver. And since they started doing the lockout, it's been impossible for me to help my family, and that is one of the reasons I'm here, and to also support the Intro 276, which is going to help us as drivers in the future, and also support. I also support, as a Tibetan, support the Intro 100 for the Losar alternate. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. Next panel, we will call Josh Gold. We will call Samara Saeed. Heland Pierre Luis. Pasang Nsherpa. Tenzin Pentak Lama. and Yening Gun. Ali Akbar, Ganesh Harry, okay, Chowdhury Adnan. I'm sorry, sir, you can't record from there? Tenzin Dorji, Tenclar. Chamang Lama. We could get started, Josh. Just take it off of mute and say your name before you start. 2 minutes, please.
My name is Josh Gold from Uber. I will focus on Intro 276. First, let me be clear. We do not deactivate a user because we want to. We do it because we need to, and it's always a last resort. We do it to help ensure everyone who uses Uber can have a safe and reliable experience. This means that any user, not only drivers, but also consumers and business partners, can lose access if they violate our terms or community guidelines. Except for extreme situations like sexual assault, we typically provide education and notifications when incidents are detected and before we have to deactivate. We also let drivers know when their account is at risk of deactivation so they can take actions to improve and avoid it. At the same time, we know that some riders make false allegations, and we have put in place systems to identify fraudulent behavior and make sure false allegations are not considered when we deactivate a driver. Drivers can always dispute a deactivation and provide additional information and context through an in-app deactivation review center. When drivers lose access to their accounts, it's usually temporary due to expired documents, the TLC active list, or other TLC regulations like maximum hours. Once the required document is approved or TLC compliance
Please talk back closer to the mic.
Once the required document is approved or TLC compliance issues are resolved, account access is typically restored immediately. So far this year, around 1% of drivers have faced a permanent deactivation. These deactivations were largely due to fraudulent activity and safety incidents. Drivers who are deactivated can utilize our in-app review center, where they can dispute the decision and submit any additional information and have a human review it. 95% of these cases are resolved within 72 hours of submission. In New York City, drivers are also able to appeal through a process set up with the IDG and overseen by AAA. While we believe existing processes are fair and thorough, we welcome a continued dialogue on legislation. I will submit detailed written testimony, but wanted to share high-level concerns with the bill as drafted. I was pleased to see that the DCWP testified that the legislation should apply to all FHV bases and medallion fleet owners. All TLC licensed drivers, not just high-volume 4-hour service licensed drivers, should have the same standards and protections. The bill should focus on drivers who face permanent deactivation and would have otherwise been able to drive if not for the deactivation. Should not be required to provide advance notice for certain deactivations.
Sorry, I just asked that you submit the rest in writing, but I do have questions for you, so
okay.
That'll give you another opportunity. The next person can please come off mute.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Paswan Namgil Sherpa. I am driving a yellow cab since 2005. I am medallion owner drivers. So my loan is $430,000, and every week I am paying $500. So majority of the loan is owned by the OSK bank. This bank is not participating with the city plan. So I request you, council member and TLC, to request the OSK bank to participate in the city plan, so we can relieve from this struggling and restructure the remaining loan for the medallions. So we have remains 200 to 300 medallions not to restructure their loans. Already 3,000 medallion owners, they have restructured their loans, they are enjoying their lives, so we left behind. So we request to resolve these problems. Thank you. On the behalf of, I'm talking more. On the behalf of Buddhist community, I'm talking. So we are celebrating every year's Losar, Buddhist calendars, lunar calendars, and Losar Day. So we request you to pass the bills to suspend the alternate site, parking sites, so we can celebrate our Losars smoothly. Thank you.
Can you just repeat your name, please, for the record?
Pasang Namgil Sherpa. I'm a United Sherpa Association member. I'm from
Thank you.
Sherpa community.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Marlon Pierre Lois. I'm an MTA bus operator, TWU Local 100. I've been driving for 21 years in Jamaica, Queens, and I'm here to talk about the dollar van drivers. Okay, the vans are not held to the same safety standard of us MTA operators. Their driving practice are unsafe, making them a hazard to bus operators and the pedestrians. The dollar vans often pull over, suddenly stop and pick up passengers and create a danger and a safety to us operators that's coming into a bus stop when they pulled in front of us and just stop and pick up. The presence of them in Jamaica Center contribute to the congestion, the frequent stop, blocking traffic, the bus lane, while we're picking up wheelchair or dropping off wheelchair, dropping people off with walkers and canes. It's a problem for us when they are standing in our bus stops. The bus lane also, and that may come messed up with our schedules. So the vans are now wearing they're not they're not worrying about the traffic. They take red lights. They do everything they have to do. They drive there unsafe. They picked up on any unsafe location. We forced to brake fast. Sometimes people on our buses sometimes may fall down, and we are the one that's facing the consequences. And when we are out there in the nighttime, we do pick up alleyways like 5 to 10 minutes ahead. So we do pick up. Sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you. I just ask that you submit the rest in writing.
My name is Ganesh Hari, and good afternoon, sorry. Kind of choking right now. Earlier panel says that the bus takes an hour and a half from Far Rockaway to Jamaica Center. I've been driving for 18 years, the same route, the same line. I does that in 55 minutes. That's the local one. If we do the limited, it's 45 minutes, so I don't know where he gets his facts from. But they are so dangerous out there, these dollar vans. To be honest with you, I wish your kids never travel with them van, but they are really, really ridiculous out there. And I don't know if they're licensed, they're not licensed, but there's a whole slew. Someone mentioned 35 buses or 35 licensed. There's more than even that on Wheel Line alone. So I don't know where is something missing somewhere. And they are not trained properly. Maybe they should get some kind of training to put it over there.
That's it? You got 55 seconds left. Okay. If you could come off mute and please say your name before starting.
Tenzin Pendo. Good morning, good afternoon, members of the Transportation Committee. I'd like to start by first thanking Chairwoman Brooks Powers for co-sponsoring Introduction 100. Thank you for being an advocate for my community. My name is Tenzin Pendo. I'm a Tibetan New Yorker originally from Nepal, and I'm here today to testify in support of Intro 100 from Councilmember Julie Wan to make Losar, or Tibetan New Year, a holiday for alternate side parking, also known as ASP. Like many in this city, my family and I immigrated here when I was 9 and my sister 7, and we were raised in Astoria and LIC. From spring of 2003, my younger sister and I attended PS 166 in Astoria for elementary school. I then went to IS 227 in Corona for middle school. Being New York City public school kids, we were exposed to many different holidays through both school breaks and suspension of ASP once my dad was able to buy a car. Even though our families didn't celebrate Hanukkah, Easter, Thanksgiving, or Christmas, we understood, even at that age, that those days were important to others around me, people we cared about. I'm now an adult living in Woodside with my uncle, aunt, and their 3 kids, Simsang, who is 10, Sola, who is 7, and Mila, 5. All born in Queens, they attend a charter school in the neighborhood and spend their weekends playing in the park and reading books at the library. Imagining their friends at their school and in their local park, knowing when and what Losar is and its significance in our culture is a beautiful image. They're feeling seen, heard, and understood by their community, by their city, is something they deserve. The city is home to roughly 20,000 Tibetans out of the larger 61,000 Himalayans. So lots more families and kids like my little cousins who live in all 5 boroughs, not just Queens, and who celebrate Losar each year. By suspending ASP on Losar, New York City would be sending a powerful message of welcoming and inclusion to all Himalayan New Yorkers that our city recognizes us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this chamber. This is Chemang Lama. I'm from Nepal. I represent the Himalayan communities, and I'm the district leader of the AD 37 and community board 2 member. I'm so glad to read my message, like for our celebration about the Losar. Our Himalayan communities in this border is like, stay around the block in the Queens. We have 1,000 of Himalayan communities celebrate the Losar. We expect in this year to celebrate the Losar, we can sleep, like we can enjoy properly on the street. So that's why I'm thank you for bringing this bill to Councilman Julian, then rest of the other councilmen do support this bill. Then I would like to thank you all. Then next topic is, as a driver, I'm driving this in the city since 14 years. Then I would like to recognize you guys. Driver run the city. Driver bring the city. That's why I hope then council chamber has to listen this time. Please do not listen the Uber and Lyft. Listen the driver once. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have some questions for this panel. I'm going to start with Josh, just wanting to get some clarity. So in terms of Uber, does Uber monitor or review at all the complaints that come into IDG? And like, what is that, like, I guess, mechanism?
So we have a process that we stood up with IDG first.
Sorry, can you pull that back? I'm not sure. You sound so low to me. Okay.
Sorry, is this okay? Is this better?
That's better.
Okay. We have a process we stood up with IDG, I believe, in 2016, where there are drivers who were deactivated who come to them, and they bring those cases to us. We review those. They make cases for those drivers. The next step in that process is a AAA overseen hearing, where a panel of drivers reviews the information that we provide, as well as the information the driver provides through the IDG, and that panel of drivers decides whether the driver who comes to the panel is reactivated or not.
So the AAA panel that includes drivers is who makes the decision?
The AAA panel makes the decision.
And the
AAA oversees the panel. The panel is just with drivers.
Is only drivers?
Yes.
Okay. Who selects those drivers?
The IDG selects those drivers.
So those are like the delegates?
Well, to be fair, I think they recommend drivers to us, and we have an opportunity to disagree with the drivers that they recommend.
What would be a case that you would disagree with?
I'm not sure we have.
Okay.
Or we haven't
So
recently.
you've taken whoever they've given to be on this panel, which have been of drivers.
Correct.
Okay. Could you describe what it's like in terms of the process when a driver is deactivated from your app?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of deactivations. The one that impacts 99% of deactivations is a compliance deactivation. The TLC keeps what's called a 24-hour list, an active list. those are drivers that are allowed to accept dispatches from bases or for-hire services or use a medallion-owned taxi cab in New York. And so we do a sweep of that list every day. If you are not on that list, you are not allowed to receive a dispatch. You could fail to be on that list because you failed the city-required drug test, you don't have the proper insurance documents. There are multiple reasons why the TLC may put you on that list. That is the number one reason that drivers are deactivated, because they have either failed to be on the TLC's active list, their license or insurance requirements are no longer valid, or they've hit the TLC has a maximum hours you're allowed to drive threshold. So if you've hit the maximum hour threshold, then you are deactivated. Those are in a bucket that I call temporary deactivations, because if you are able to upload the proper insurance documents, if you are back on the TLC active list, if you no longer are stuck by the maximum hours requirement, then you're automatically reactivated once you submit that proper documentation. Then there are the more serious deactivations and the much more rare deactivations. So far this year, 1% of drivers have been permanently deactivated. There are some situations, I think service animals came up earlier in the conversation, which I think is a good one. There are TLC rules and regulations about when you can or cannot deny a service animal. There's also a federal decree that Uber is under from a federal judge about when we can, what we have to do with drivers who knowingly say no to an animal that's claimed to be a service animal. Use the word knowingly and claimed very specifically there. And in those situations, there is not much that we can do. There are other situations that are gray where there is a deactivation review center that we have internally, and then there is the IDG process.
No, and I appreciate that. And as you know, the intro number 276 is sponsored by Councilmember Krishnan. And I know he'll have questions to go into that, but I know where my concern mostly lies or has lied is with the lockouts and the reasons behind the lockouts, especially in light of the fair wage that the TLC has tried to put in place, and then now seeing and hearing from drivers about these lockouts and how it's impacting them. So can we talk a little bit about the lockouts, what causes, because I know deactivation lockout has two different reasons, but just wanting to understand more the scope of the lockout dynamic with Uber.
Yeah, and I appreciate it because I share those concerns. Since 2018, we have repeatedly warned that the intended consequence of the utilization rule was to control access for drivers to the platform. The study that the rule was based on is specific that drivers may be subject to limited access to the platform. We have seen 5 different TLC commissioners since 2018. The TLC has repeatedly tried to tweak the rule to try to limit the lockouts. If you don't know, the rule has been paused more than it's been in effect. For 3.5 years, the rule was not enforced. The TLC stopped enforcing the rules in January of 2020, not post-pandemic, but before the pandemic, in January of 2020, and then didn't start enforcing it again until last year. The rule is fundamentally flawed. There needs to be a minimum pay rule. There are dozens of jurisdictions that have implemented minimum pay rules that don't lean heavily on utilization. That doesn't mean utilization shouldn't be measured. That doesn't mean there can't be another rule that works with utilization. But the rule, what a former TLC commissioner told me is that lockouts are a feature, not a bug of the rule. And lockouts are horrible. Lockouts are horrible. The rule is a bad rule. The TLC needs to revisit it, and the TLC doesn't revisit it. They implemented it because the council gave them the authority to do so in 2018. The council gave them the authority to do so after a report that was published by James Parrott and Michael Reich, and the rule that was proposed in that rule looks very, very different than the rule that exists today. For example, that rule is based on company-specific utilization. The rule that's active today is industry-wide utilization. So when one company's utilization rate drops below 45% and the other company's utilization rate is above 53 or 54%, the company with the higher rate still has to lock drivers out in order to make sure that the industry-wide utilization is above 53%. That was not the rule envisioned in 2018 when the council passed the law allowing the TLC to create the utilization rule. It's a totally different rule. The TLC has stepped way out of where the rule was in 2018 when this council granted them the right to create that rule.
Offline, I'd like to understand this a little bit more granularly on that piece. And when I hear that many drivers are finding success getting reactivated, I have to wonder why they were deactivated in the first place. Going back to deactivation, sorry, I'm going back and forth with you. Is there a problem with, like, do you think that sometimes maybe Uber may be too quick to deactivate drivers, and should there be like a grace period in a sense for like the easily fixable problems that drivers can address before getting deactivated? So for example, like you said, like it may be a matter of the insurance or the drug test, like something that they can upload, to your point, to remedy. Is there an opportunity to establish like a grace period for those more easily fixable offenses versus, because there are some drivers, as you heard earlier, that spoke and said that they've been like deactivated for a long period of time to be able to address those challenges.
I do think that's a good idea. And there are some steps where our processes weren't great early on. One is there are drivers who, after multiple accusations of drug use, were deactivated. What we instituted, and this was due to the IDG process actually, this was brought to our attention there. We instituted a program where a driver can go take a drug test at Uber's expense and be reactivated to counter, multiple accusations.
And I believe they're able to do it at the IDG office, right?
I think it's LabCorp. I'm not exactly sure,
okay.
but it's one of the national.
Well, I know they
providers.
have some services because I've visited their office before.
But that was a positive step, so that if you're falsely accused, and then we can go back to those riders who made those false accusations and deactivate them from the platform. And so, I do think that for some, deactivations that are more egregious in nature, there may not be an opportunity for a grace period, but I do think for others there should be.
It'd be great, like, to work collaboratively with the industry to see how we can address the easily fixable ones, especially because what we don't want is drivers not being able to provide for their families, especially if it's, to your point, as you're saying right now, there are some that are easily fixable. So wanting to understand which ones would be in that category and how quickly can this be remedied. Is it a matter of a 12-hour turnaround or a 24-hour turnaround versus 6 months and more, which I think creates a challenge for folks, because a lot of these drivers have to pay for their cars, their insurance, and then the bills don't stop just because they're on pause with Uber. So that is important as well. But I do appreciate the openness about that. And in terms of the TWU members, thank you for coming out. I'm glad you come from Southeast Queens, so now we can have a conversation, apples to apples. So from your vantage point, I know we have a whole conversation, like I said earlier, in terms of the Queens bus redesign in particular, which I have been advocating for increased bus service, to have more buses, because I know there's some routes that have a lot of crowding, for example. There are other areas that need access to bus stops, and then we want to kind of break down having to transfer so many times on the buses. But do you agree that there are still some parts of the community that through the bus redesign will still likely not be covered by a bus route in itself? Just turn on the mic, I'm sorry.
So the area where I'm at, I'm a guy up Brewer Boulevard, so we run with the 113, 114, 111.
Are you on my route? Okay.
Okay. So yes, a lot of the people, a lot of these buses will help the community. So we do run, like I said, we run with the 114, the 111, one with the 114 and the 113. So mostly people would run to go and get to the 113 and 114 because it's limited. So I know that with the redesign, it would help out because there will be more buses going to Rosedale because Rosedale is, a lot of people is coming out of Rosedale, and that's where the dollar vans come out also. So there will be more buses going to Rosedale. So that.
What about in Far Rockaway?
In Far Rockaway also because I know that with the redesign, they're gonna take out some and put more buses. So with that, it's gonna be more accessible to buses than, because they do have the A train, and we do come out of Far Rockaway like 45 minutes in the morning, because we are limited coming out of Far Rockaway and going into Far Rockaway.
Can you talk to me about a little bit more about the limitations coming out of Rockaway? Why you feel that, to your point, that it takes so long to come out of Rockaway? Is it because it's a matter of it's just that many people getting on the bus? Is it the congestion? Because our roads in Rockaway
exactly
is another conversation for DOT. But
true, it is. Yes, it's the congestion. We got a lot of constructions going on, and we do drive like the Arctic buses, so it takes us a minute to turn in and out of these roads, especially when they're having like roadblocks and people parking on our bus stop, people parking on our bus lane. So it took us more times, to come in and come out of our bus stop and to service everything, all of the people that we need to service. But we do come and we run like 5 to 10 minutes. We have 5 to 10 minutes headways. By the time we leave, there's another bus behind us.
And I agree in terms of folks in the bus lanes, which is a pet peeve, but it's my hope that the new automated cameras will take care of that behavior in terms of the parking in the bus stops. Do you think that, so earlier, first of all, I know that it was said by Mr. Morrison when he was testifying that there is a difference in terms of the commuter vans, right? There are some that there's only about like 39, 40 that are actually like with their credentials and everything like that. But then there's another aspect that they are not licensed and registered with the TLC.
Right.
And so I understand anything in the bus route is a problem. I actually agree with that because we're trying to find ways for you to speed up service. However, there are areas that the buses do not touch and the trains do not touch as well. So not thinking about the unregistered vans, because I think that's going to come with enforcement, and I'm looking forward to working with TLC as they onboard more TLC officers and working with NYPD in terms of enforcement in that space, because as I said, I have issues in Rosedale with some of the ones that are not licensed and registered. But for those that are licensed, registered, and following the rules, do you feel that there is a potential for them to be helpful in terms of, and not only looking through the lens as a driver, but as a lens of a member of the community? Do you feel that there is a need in those areas where there's no buses and no trains that access those areas?
I would say yes, because I do have some of my coworkers that works around Jamaica's Belmont, going to Belmont. And we do have a lot of people that take the buses that goes down to Belmont, which is the Q110. And we do have a lot of people that do take the dollar vans, because there's spaces that they want to stop. The bus stop there's no bus stop there. So instead of getting on a bus, they would jump on a dollar van. But if they are licensed and they are following the rules that we followed, they could do their job and we do ours. But it's the fact that they are taking in into our our job and making our work hard and making it unsafe for us and for the pedestrian that's on the road.
No, I totally agree with that. And I look forward to having additional conversations with TWU, ATU, the commuter industry, NITWA, and the administration to continue to have these conversations. Obviously, these bills, when we hear them, are just a opportunity for us to talk about it, to hear all sides of a conversation. But then there's another phase of this process where there's negotiations and there's give and take. So I'm looking forward to working with all stakeholders in this because, you know, there is a need for it in communities like the ones that I represent, as you know, you agree with also. But then at the same time, we want to ensure all drivers in all industries are safe, as well as the ones the public that's utilizing these services. So I thank you, and I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Krishnan.
Thank you so much, Majority of Brooks Powers. I just have some questions, Josh, for you as well, from Uber. You know, and I think just taking a step back for a second, I want to really be very clear about, you know, there's a lot of dialogue and you know, testimony and opposing viewpoints, but I think we all can agree that we all want to have a process that is fair, that allows for drivers to have a voice in that process, to be able to make their case, and one that gives them notice and an opportunity to be heard. I know that's the place that we all want to come from, and we all, I think, can agree on these fundamental principles. So I just had a few questions about the current process and also the bill that we're hearing today. So firstly, you would agree, right, that it's important for drivers to have notice before they're deactivated of the fact of an impending deactivation?
I think for 99% of deactivations, I think there needs to be notice, but there are some egregious, and I use egregious because it's in the bill, there are some egregious situations that could put a future rider in jeopardy, where there might not be an opportunity for notice. But that aside, notifications, warnings, opportunities for education, yes, agree.
Sure, and I'm putting aside those egregious cases, as you mentioned, that are in the bill, and focusing on the 99% of them. So if we can agree that, you know, for those 99% of cases, notice in advance is crucial, what can you point to anything in the IDG process, Uber process right now that provides, that requires notice to drivers before they're deactivated? Is there anything currently that requires such notice?
The IDG process is after a deactivation takes place, but we do have repeated notifications, and so the IDG process is separate. It's after a deactivation takes place. We have repeated notifications and warnings prior to a deactivation. In some instances, I imagine we can improve those and would want to work with your office and others to improve on those, but we do, and we have improved them over the years to add more education opportunities, more warnings, and more notifications of accounts that are in jeopardy of deactivation.
Got it. So I think if, you know, and I know we've talked about this before as well, but if the process in place starts after the fact, I think what we're trying to address this legislation is to create process before the fact. And the importance of notice being part of that process, and I know you all may be providing notice in your own way too, but having a statutory process that starts before and has notice as part of it, I think is really an important piece of this legislation and just a part of due process generally. So I appreciate hearing your feedback on that. My next question is about, wouldn't you agree that if Uber or Lyft, and you're not speaking for Lyft, but if a for-hire vehicle company makes a decision to deactivate a driver, why would the burden, can you explain a bit about why the burden would then fall on the driver to reverse that decision? In other words, if a company like Uber has made a decision, wouldn't it make sense to have Uber explain its rationale and justify its decision rather than having a driver have to reverse that after the fact?
So just to comment on the first piece, because I was unable to get to it in my testimony, the one of the key changes that I did want to, you know, discuss or suggest or work with you on is, while we agree with notice requirements and creating a process ahead of time, we would love to discuss, defining egregious and what types of advance notice, or when our advance notice is not necessary, or when do advance notices possibly create jeopardize rider or driver safety, both on the rider and the driver side. So just want to be clear that we agree with the intent that notices and warnings and opportunities for improvement and education are needed, but want to make sure that I'm specific that there are some cases where that just may not be warranted or may not be in the best interest of rider and driver safety. And then on the other question around, I guess, the burden of proof, there is a separate TLC oath process for your license. We are not taking away anybody's license to drive, and that is a very thorough process. We're choosing, which we believe with good reason, who to engage in business with, and we are trying to create as many opportunities for drivers to point out or defend allegations that were made either by riders or others. We have added video and audio recording. We've added a deactivation review center so that information can be provided. But there are some instances, again, those permanent deactivations, it's less than 1% of the driver population. It's in the hundreds, not in the thousands. And, when we make a mistake, it's not a statistic. It's going to be that person's livelihood. And it's really important that we do whatever we can not to make those mistakes. But we're getting a bunch of information. We're having investigations. These are human-led processes. And then we are now providing opportunities for drivers to present as much information as they can to refute any of those allegations. The one I talked about with Chair Powers, Brooks Powers, is the opportunity for a driver to take a drug test when there's allegations of a drug test that we're happy to pay for. But that is an example of one where there are multiple allegations. Drivers came to me and we discussed this, and marijuana became legal over the past few years in New York. And so someone came into the car, a rider came into the car, they may have smoked beforehand, they left the car, the next passenger comes in and smells that from the previous passenger and then reports that. That is not a good deactivation, and so we wanted to create an opportunity for a driver to have a test if there's 3 or 4 or 5, but the burden is still on the driver to go have the test. We're paying for that, but that's an instance where there were things that were happening that weren't where the just cause or due process wasn't there, and that's an avenue we took to try to fix that.
I guess my question more is, obviously you've heard the testimony today, and that's right. I know the statistics that Uber cites, but obviously there's so many drivers here testifying to how they've been deactivated, can't get back on the app, and you've heard it. So there seems to be a disconnect there. But if we have, my question is essentially, if we have one process, you would agree, obviously that everyone is in our legal system innocent until proven guilty, right? And we would agree with that.
Everyone,
right? And so
I don't want to say anything that would, there's another side of the hall of that.
Right, we're not touching that one, but I think besides that, I mean, that's coming up in that context too, but innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that. And you go through a whole process legally where if you're charged with something, right, the process is to prove with the right burden of proof and evidence, make out why an individual is guilty of those charges. We don't say to the individual, you're presumed guilty, show us as the court why you were actually innocent. What happens, right, this basic principle of procedural due process is the prosecutor's office, the agency, government, whatever it is, has to make out the case to say you're innocent until we can show beyond a reasonable doubt, or whatever it may be, that you're guilty, right? Can you see how why wouldn't that same framework be applied here for a process that, of course, impacts a driver's livelihood, can deprive them of income and support for their family? Why wouldn't we have the same standard here where we have a process and we require the decision maker, Uber in this case for right now, why would we not require them to make out their case as opposed to saying to the driver, prove to us why you should not be deactivated?
Well, I do think there's a couple of differences. One is it's not a criminal case. We're contracting with an individual, and we're making a business decision to contract with that individual.
But the stakes are high. Sorry to interrupt. It's not a criminal case, of course, but the stakes are high, though, right? So it's like in this case where the stakes are high for the individual that's affected by the outcome, why wouldn't the process be, we give you notice, we have to make out our case before the ultimate decision that has very high stakes is affected? Because in other contexts where the stakes are so high, that's what we do. Why wouldn't the same principle apply here?
So I think what we're trying to get to is a place where there's a similar principle that applies. But we have sexual assault cases, for example, where we have spent a lot of time working with advocates who have advised.
Sorry, Judge, interrupt. Let's put aside those, because those are the egregious cases those are exceptions in the bill, right? I'm talking about the other 99% we were saying, where those are not the egregious cases that raise serious issues, sexual assault, whatever, or any other of those issues, or the egregious circumstances. I'm talking about the majority of deactivations that are non-egregious cases.
The vast majority of deactivations are TLC rule-driven. That's 99% of deactivations. When you're in the bucket of the 1% that aren't TLC driven situations, you're talking about the vast majority being egregious or accusations of egregious. Not the vast majority, but the majority. And so now you're narrowing it down to, a much smaller group. So if you're removing serious safety incidences, interpersonal conflicts, if you're removing, we just had a major fraud operation here in New York City where the Southern District of New York uncovered a group of about 800 drivers who were committing fraud not only against Uber, but against the other 80,000 drivers by cutting them in line at the airports, by taking away surge trips that were due to those drivers, by driving down the utilization rate so that companies like Uber and Lyft had to institute the lockouts. And so those are the types of serious allegations that are in the deactivation piece. That fraud case could take years to play out, and so, in a court of law. And so there are some instances where we want to provide drivers with as much opportunity as possible to refute any allegations. And they should be given as much opportunity as possible to refute allegations and as much warning as possible to not have to be deactivated in the first place. But there are cases where we don't believe we should wait for a court case to play out and have that same level of criminal burden of proof.
And I think if you can just send the data, I know, I think what we're talking about are, you mentioned the cases outside of the egregious instances, let's say, or the exceptions in the bill too, that the vast majority are TLC-driven document cases. What's not clicking with me is because I've heard a lot of testimony today, we all did, from drivers who didn't have just document issues, that they had, some of them don't even know the reasons why they were deactivated, and they continue to be deactivated. So the testimony we're hearing doesn't match with data. So would you all be able to provide data showing that the vast majority of these cases are actually routine document TLC initiated issues?
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that data. And also if there are folks who testified who want to go through your office, right, rather than direct to me or to the IDG or anybody else, I'm happy to work with you, your office, somebody in your office on those individual cases to walk through someone who's deactivated. I will say I did hear some testimony from individuals in 2018, 2019, and I do think the processes were not great. And we've worked hard to improve those processes, including the drug test issue that I brought up, including a lot of education around service animal denial. So if there are old cases, if someone feels comfortable talking to me, they may not. They may feel more comfortable going to your office or the chair's office. I would love to look into those cases and figure out what was the reason behind it and if that case deserves to have another hearing.
And my final question is just, given the process the way that it's set up, a driver is deactivated from Uber, but ultimately has to go through an Uber informed process with IDG. It sounds like from the questions that Majority Whip Brooks Powers had asked too, that the AAA panel that comes later, Uber has the final say on the drivers on that panel. They can object to them, veto them, or they can be okay with them. what safeguards does Uber have in place where Uber is essentially acting as the decision maker up front, the judge, and the jury? What safeguards does Uber have in such a process to make sure that it's a neutral process as compared to a third-party agency, for example?
So, sorry, the process?
The process is Uber makes the initial decision on the deactivation, right?
Yeah.
Then it's an Uber-informed process with IDG after the fact to contest that deactivation,
Yeah.
including going over to the driver panel, AAA panel in the end, where Uber also gets to have the final say, or has the final say on the drivers that are part of that panel that IDG submits. Seems a process where, you know, for a simplistic way of characterizing it, that Uber is the decision maker up front, the judge, the jury throughout the proceeding. So given that setup, what safeguards are in place? What safeguards does Uber put in place to make sure it's a neutral and fair process as compared to having an outside third party run a process like that?
Yeah, so first let me just expand on the process. The process, there's a deactivation that's human reviewed. There's an internal deactivation review process that's human reviewed. Then there is the IDG process, and the panel of drivers, the process is run by AAA, which is a neutral third party. The panel of drivers makes that final decision. We don't review the final decision of the panel of drivers.
But I guess that whole process, I'm wondering what are the safeguards that Uber puts in place to ensure it's a neutral and fair process?
We have a panel of third-party drivers that are reviewing those pieces, but look, I think we've worked in other jurisdictions to figure out better deactivation policies, and I know we've been in touch with your office. This hearing was scheduled. This bill was put on the schedule at the last minute, so my colleague who had talked to your office recently is in Minnesota and dealing with a similar issue. But we're happy to continue to work on legislation. We're not opposed to legislation outright. I think there are some issues we'd like to address. But I will say that we are the contracting entity with individuals, and we are making a choice to, the same way a taxi medallion owner is renting a taxi medallion to someone, the same way a black car or livery base is choosing to work with someone, we are making a choice to work with someone, and we sometimes choose not to work with individuals. You know, we now pay into the unemployment insurance fund when that happens through no fault of their own. Unlike, you know, taxi medallion owners, unlike Lyft, unlike black car bases, livery car bases, that unemployment insurance is available to drivers where they lose work through no fault of their own. But you know, if there are other steps to take to improve the warning process, to improve the notification process, to improve the education process, and then on the back end, improve the process to make sure that the deactivations were reviewed properly against our policies and our community guidelines, that's something we'd like to work with your office on.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Next, we will call up Chawang Lama, Richard Cho, Kunchak Dolma, Kunga Rota, Urjan Serpa, Diallo Tizo. We ask that you just say your name prior to starting your testimony, and please adhere to the 2-minute rule.
Okay, I'm going to start.
One moment. Raja Sahel. Raja Sahel. Okay. Malang Gassama. Okay, you could get started, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, Transportation Committee, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Chow. I'm driving taxi for 18 years. I'm a New York Taxi Worker Alliance Union member. All EA company charge a lot of money to the rider, pay too cheap to the driver. EA upfront pricing fare should equal to the meter fare plus all the airport surcharge. EA company, how much they
they charge the passenger, how much they pay to the driver, must transparency show on the receipt. About a month ago, I accepted the Uber fare, $31, minus $4, congestion fee, I got $27. I picked up the Lower East Side to Upper East Side, Upper West Side, 63rd and Central Park West. 4 passengers. Passenger requests 2 stops, East Side, 73rd Street and First Avenue. Uber charged extra stop $6 to the rider, and the total they charge $76 to the rider. At my tablet show only 1 stop. One passenger sit in front of the seat. I told them first stop pay at the $31, second stop paid by the regular meter. Passenger said no, because already I paid $76 to the Uber. And then he took a screenshot at the fare is at $31. He sent it to the Uber. The fare stayed pending in the night, the whole night. And the next day, I got a fare amount $53 because the passenger complained to the Uber, paid too low to me. City council should rule and regulate, pay fairly amount to the driver. We are waiting the data to see the all food transaction. And thank you for listening. Thank God bless you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Diallo Tijan. I'm going today to talk about the 276 bill for ending the M5 Uber and Lyft deactivation. This time, I'm not going to talk about my deactivation, but I'm going to tell you some of situations where they deactivate us and file it. Example, sometimes it's happened to us to take people like the night, and when you take the customer, he want to go home. When he was driving, and one moment he gonna tell you he wanna go to the restaurant like Wendy or McDonald's. He gonna ask you, can you please go there? I'm gonna just get quickly my food. And you know, this is not what we have on the deal, because I'm going to take you from destination to from the pickup to destination. I don't have to go to the restaurant. For this kind of situation, if you, as a driver, you say, I cannot do that because I cannot go wait there. And when you drop that customer, if they report you, they can say anything. Whatever they say, Uber, Lyft, they won't check exactly what happened, and they will deactivate it. It's happened. I see a lot of time it's happening. Not only me, but I saw it. And the second time, so many people says that they know Uber and Lyft give them refund sometime if they make complaint, they don't hesitate it. I saw it. I'm not going on detail because I don't have enough time. And other way, it's happened when they ask you to make a U-turn somewhere where you shouldn't. You know, you should not make U-turn in this area, and they don't care. If you don't do it, they get mad. You drop them, before knowing anything, they can send Uber or Lyft notification. This driver was under influence. That's it. You're done with your app. Those kind of situations happen multiple times. I'm not the only one because I have been deactivated. I know what happened. And I saw so many people had the same situation. That's why we plead you vote this bill. We need it for protectors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Selvina Brooks Powers and members of the Transportation Committee, Tashi Dalek. My name is Urgin Sherpa, and I am an organizer at Chaya Community Development Corporation. Today, I urge City Council to pass Intro 100, introduced by Councilmember Julie Won. This bill would designate Losar Festival as an alternate site parking holiday. This bill is crucial for our community. Before moving forward, continuing, I would like to signal my support for Intro 276, the bill to end unfair deactivations and cap the FHV lease. Please listen to the drivers. Drivers are the ones who drive, who pay the insurance, who maintains the car, and who pays the high gasoline fees, not Uber and Lyft. Yeah. And now back to the Losar. Recognizing Losar would allow us to celebrate without the stress of parking regulations. By making Losar as alternate side parking holiday, you would ease logistical concerns and affirm that our traditions and values are respected in our great city. This recognition would foster understanding and encourage broader participation in our festivities. Your committee has previously recognized similar cultural holidays, establishing a precedent for inclusivity. I commend you for your ongoing efforts to champion equity within our transportation system. Passing Intro 100 would demonstrate respect for the traditions of over 60,000 Himalayan people living in New York City and reflect the will of the 78% of New Yorkers who believe cultural celebrations should be recognized in public policy. Losar is our Christmas,
Thank you.
Thanksgiving,
Sorry,
and New
sir.
Year.
I just asked you to submit the rest in writing, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Kunchok Dolma. I'm a Tibetan New Yorker, and I'm here to testify in support of Intro 100 to make Losar a holiday for alternate side parking. As Ugenla just said, and someone testified earlier, Losar is our New Year, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Super Bowl, all bundled into one. As minorities, we are often used to our holidays being sidelined, so it makes our community very happy to be finally seen and heard in the city we call home. To the 25 council members who signed on to this bill, especially to Councilmember Julie Wan and her office, my council member Shekhar Krishnan, and to you, Chairwoman Brooks Powers, we are forever grateful. In New York City alone, Losar is celebrated by over 60,000 New Yorkers of Tibetan and Himalayan heritage. This number, however, does not account for the many more tens of thousands of Tibetan Buddhists who celebrate this holiday alongside us. I ask and hope that each of you vote in favor of Intro 100 for 3 important reasons. First, this would be the first and only ASB holiday that is specific to Buddhists and people from across the Himalayan region, one of the fastest growing communities in the city. Second, like other communities, our community should also have the opportunity to celebrate our main religious holiday with our families without having to worry about getting a parking ticket or leaving our celebrations to move our cars. And lastly, it allows us, as one of the fastest growing New Yorkers, to see ourselves represented in the civic fabric and laws of our city. So thank you. I hope you quickly vote Intro 100 out of committee and come to celebrate Losar with us at one of our many community halls and temples across the city. Thank you.
Can I get your name again just for the record?
Kunchok Dolma.
Thank you.
This. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kunga Shiring Rota, and I'm a Tibetan. I'm a Himalayan. I'm a member of the Himalayan community. Approximately, there are around 61,000 Himalayan people living in the 5 boroughs. They're spanning from all walks of life, and on this particular Losar day, we all gather together, we all marry, we all have festive time. The adults, we all put on traditional clothes. The kids put on, they have new clothes on, and we visit our parents, we visit relatives, friends, and once we go, we're in a very festive mood, and you don't want to be, you don't want to be worrying about whether you got a parking ticket, and it would be such a bummer if you're such in a festive mood, right? And I want to just briefly say about how the Himalayan community is structured. Under the Himalayan community, there are several smaller communities, like Wallon community, the one I come from. This Wallon community is based in Nepal. It's right at the border of Nepal and Tibet. And back in '94, I came to States for further studies, and since then I've been a New Yorker for the past 25 years. And we all have our own stories, shaped by unique journeys, but we all come in one shared ambition, shared notion that we wanted to really make this bill. This is a very meaningful bill for us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Malan Gassama. I'm a member of NYTWA. I'm here in support of the Uber and Lyft deactivation bill. I think Madam Chairman can probably remember me. I just want to start by saying that as of right now, I feel like I am a slave in my own car because Uber and Lyft are the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury in any case that is brought to them by any customer. So I'm scared of anybody that come in my car because any customer can turn out to be my life killer. So I think as I was saying, Madam Chairman might remember, I was physically and verbally assaulted in my car, pepper sprayed, and I had all the evidences that I provided to Uber. Uber sent me $20 to go clean myself up, and after that, the customer called them, sent them an email and lied about me, and Uber still went ahead and deactivated me for 8 months. Thanks to your help and the help of the WNYC radio, Uber deactivated me after 8 months. After I got in serious troubles, they reactivated me. And after they realized that I was very active with the NYTWA, 3 months after that, they deactivated me again, claiming that somebody had frauded my account in 2021, and this was in 2024. So from 2021, somebody stole my identity. Uber knew it, they didn't say anything about it, until 2024 when they realized I was very active on the NYTWA platform, they deactivated me again. And I stayed for the second deactivation 3 months. I did everything until they reactivated me again. They saw me back after the big rally we did. The very next day, I started getting all kind of emails from Uber saying, oh, some such and such said that they didn't like your comment. So they sending me emails that I don't know what customer said, what about me, what time, and what did they exactly say. And I told them that I'm being targeted because of my implication with NYTWA. So please help us out and pass the bill, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Next, we'll hear from Kara Klita, Max Chung, Charles Dorville, Yi Fang Chen, Bashira Kamara, Alpha Barry, Latif Ajala, Saif Azza, Saful Hoke, Paul Sun, Shahal Uddin, Anthony Ibozo, Muhammad Ali Awan, Adnan Baba, Modibo Doi Kara, Modibo Doi Kara, Mohammed Barry, and Barry Muhammad. Yeah, we have Muhammad Barry and Barry Muhammad. Okay. Please state your name before you start your testimony and adhere to the 2-minute rule. You may start. Turn on your mic, please.
First, I want to thank the council member for having us here. My name is Alpha Barry. I'm a member of NYTWA. I used to drive for Lyft and Uber, and now I only I only drive for Lyft because Uber deactivated my account. I've been a TLC driver for over 20 years. What I'm going through right now is a disgrace. Not only Uber deactivated my account, Lyft also is locking me out. For a while now, I was not able to go online to make a living. I have family to feed and bills to pay, from my house bill, car insurance, and other expenses. How am I going to survive like this? Uber deactivated my account and Lyft is locking me out. Up to today, I don't know why Uber deactivated my account. When you call, they say it is a safety reason. I went to their office. They told me they cannot do anything about it. I went to IDG. One of them looked into my account and filed an appeal. They sent me a text saying that my reactivation was denied. After that, I learned IDG was created by Uber and Lyft. This is like coming from an enemy and go to another enemy, which was created by the same enemy.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to ask that you submit the rest of your testimony in writing, please.
Okay.
Sir?
My name is Save Isa. Thank you, and I really appreciate you giving me the chance to stand and testify in support of the bill intro 276 for unpaid deactivation. Aside from what you've been heard from all the testimonies, my story is very unique and very tragic. After COVID, I decided to go and work in Baltimore, Maryland. I signed up for Uber, and Uber took 30 days to investigate me and do a background check, and they found a speeding ticket. Finally, they opened an account for me in Baltimore, Maryland, which I have to use my private car. Then I uploaded my insurance card, which have my wife's middle name the same as my last name. Then they said I was trying to make fraud. I went to Uber and I provided from the broker and I corrected everything on my insurance card. Then, after going through so much, Uber finally said, well, you have double accounts, one in New York and one in Maryland. After the fact that they investigated me and did a background check for 30 days, then they said, this is their final decision. They don't make it here. It comes from California. So I said, give me one account at least so I can survive or, try to at least work with one account. They said, after I went to them again, they said no. Mind you that Lyft follows, and Lyft did the same thing. And I was out of work. I have to pay my car payments, my insurance, all my bills, struggling for almost 1 year. Then I tried to go back with Lyft and Uber again. Lyft then finally decided to open my account again. This is what happens, and this is the misery I have to go through. Beside all of this financial stress, I get stress, I get mental stress, I get my health problems, I got high blood pressure, just because of what Uber is doing to us drivers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Good afternoon. My name is Saiful Haq. I am a Uber Lyft. I was Uber Lyft driver before. Last 1.5 years, they deactivated my account, and the reason is that I was drug substance use. I use the drug substances, and they're gonna have a proof for the drug test for my TLC and from my private doctor drug test, but they don't trust anything else. I went to the office a lot of times and sent them the email. They don't listen to anything else. That's the problem, when the passenger complain, they're supposed to come with proof, and without any reason, and they stop my account. I'm paying my car, it's $1,000 a month, plus I have insurance. I can survive, I have only the breadwinner of my family, I have 5 family members. It is very hard for me to survive right now. So I hope the justice will be getting, and we're supposed to get a justice to activate my account, I am last 1.5 years, I am suffering with my financial trouble. So I hope your decision will be right. And passenger, if they complain, they're supposed to come to the testimony, because what reason for they're going to complain, they're supposed to know what is the reason, and the driver don't know nothing else. And I have a question regarding this. They use a lot of excuses, whatever is not real. Sometimes they drive a little bit fast, jerking on the street. They say, oh, you're going to drive fast, you are not a good driver. They complain right away, they stop my account. This is happening a lot of times, So I hope in future we're supposed to do bring the passenger, what is the right, what is the complaint, supposed to face. If not, there's some lame excuse there, and some of the passengers is drunk in the evening time especially, and the rest is true. And they complain against that, okay, you want to stop the account. And the Uber is supposed to be justify the reality of that. And the right away, whatever they tell, and they're going to complain against this, and they're going to close the account. It's not right. We have a right to this for the human rights. As a labor law in America, they have no right for us. We are work like slaves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
And good evening, ma'am. My name is Adnan Baba. So when I start work with Uber...
Is your mic on? If so, move it closer to you, please.
When I start work with Uber, I was pretty new this app system. I was not aware that Uber policy that if customer complained about driver, Uber return his money. Unfortunately, within first week, I got 2 back-to-back complaints in which one customer stated that I hit another car. I got accident. When Uber contacted with me, I showed them all around picture of my car, it was false allegation. But I do not know Uber policy. After viewing, they still put me on risk and later deactivated my account. Since then, I'm working with Lyft. I done almost 15 plus rides, not a single safety complaint about me. You can see my app. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Bari Mohammed, etc. So I was working for Uber for 5 years. I have been deactivated 3 times. The first time when I went to their office, they told me someone drove my car. I said, now, who that person drove my car? Because even my wife never drove my car. They say, okay, so now just go, we're going to reactivate. I start again. Second time, they told me they deactivated me, and they told me for my rating is low. Okay, and that's I go take class. They reactivate, and third time they deactivated me again. They say my rating is low. All that they told me. And also Lyft, I worked for them 3 years. They deactivated. I asked them, they told me the rating is low. So since that time now, I'm working car service. My life is at risk because some customers don't pay, some then harass me. And my bills now, I paid very hardly because I have bill to pay, I have a family. So that's why I need help, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Bari. I've been driving a yellow cab before become an Uber driver and Lyft for a while, maybe 4 years, and then I joined Uber and Lyft. And Uber deactivated me while I was in my country in Africa, And then I came back, I find out my app is done. When I went to the office, they say somebody put a picture into my account that's forward. That person tried to reactivate the account again, and I went to the office, I explained to them everything, but they told me, listen, somebody already did it, and they tried to reactivate your account. If you come over here, we're going to take you to the court. I was like, what did I do to take me to the court? They said, no, now you try to reactivate your account like 2 or 3 times. That's illegal. And I never have complaint with my customers. My rate was 4.8. And then also Lyft deactivated me because I got into accident. I don't have a customer into my car. I don't hit anybody. I was by myself. And due to the collision, they deactivate me. I went to the office. They said they cannot do anything. I have to call. I called. Nobody answered. That's the way. But this is, I think, is unfair. Like he said, we're driving like sometime a car service is not easy to find, to get the bills. That's why we are here today to justify it. And we hope this is going to end. We're going to get back our account. We'll be able to do our living because we have a lot of bills, expensive, we have wives and kids. We do everything possible to feed them properly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Okay. Next panel, Norbu Shozung, Urjan Serpa, Tashi Chopel, Sering Diki, Tenzin Sering, Dolma Yang Zam, Raul Rivera. Again, please say your name before starting your testimony, and please adhere to the 2-minute rule.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Selina Brooks-Perwas, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Norbu Chozong, and I am Tibetan who live in New York. I live in Queens. I am the 2-term former president of the Tibetan community of New York, New Jersey, and served the community for 3 terms as board member. I'm here to testify in support of the introduction 100 from Council Member Julie Wong to make Losar or the Tibetan New Year a holiday for alternate side parking. This bill is important to me for the following reason. New York is home to over 6,000 Buddhists from Tibet, Nepal, India, Bhutan, and other countries. In addition to the practical benefit of not requiring us to move our cars on this important Buddhist holiday, all New Yorkers need to see themselves represented in the civic fabric and laws of our city. This would be the first and only alternate side parking holiday that is specific to Buddhists and the people from across the Himalayan regions. In addition to those 60,000 Himalayan Buddhist Americans, the city of New York also welcomed many Buddhist communities from the different states of America and Canada by driving to celebrate the Tibetan New Year Losar with their families and friends in New York. Compared with the other immigrants, the immigrants from Himalayan communities from Tibet, India, and Nepal are quite new and are growing rapidly every year. Since the time of the Uber Lyft services in the city, we have many community members who own and drive cars in their everyday lives. Just like the communities that celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, and other holidays, my community should have the opportunity to celebrate our religious holiday with their families and friends. By suspending the side parking on the Losar, New York City sends a powerful message to all the...
Thank you, sir. We just ask that you submit the rest in writing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Brooks Powers and Council Member Shaker and everyone. My name is Tashi Chopel, and I'm a Tibetan refugee and a New Yorker. I'm here to testify in support of Intro 100 from Council Member Julie Won to make Losar, or Tibetan New Year, a holiday for alternate side parking. As an Uber driver and community member, this bill is important to me. New York City has over 61,000 Tibetan Buddhists from Bhutan, India, Nepal, Tibet, and other countries. In my home country, Tibet, our religion and culture are under threat of annihilation due to China's ongoing occupation. In New York City, we have had the opportunity to practice and preserve our traditions freely. By suspending alternate side parking on Losar, New York City sends a powerful message to all Tibetans and Himalayans that our city sees us. Our city recognizes us and our cultural traditions. New York City is our home too. In addition to practical benefit of not requiring us to move our cars on this important Buddhist holiday, it is important for my community to see themselves represented in the laws of our city. Just like communities who celebrate Christmas, Diwali, and other holidays, my community should have the opportunity to celebrate Losar with our families and not having to worry about getting a parking violation. I hope you can join us at one of our community's Losar celebrations this year and celebrate the passage of this law with us. I ask that you please vote in favor of Intro 100 to make Losar an ASP holiday. Thank you, Councilmember Julie Won and Chairman Brooks Powers, for being a champion for our community. We will always remember you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Brooks Powers and members of the Transportation Committee and our very own Council Member Krishna. And my name is Sering Diki. I am the Tibetan New Yorker. I came from Tibet and I live in Queens, New York. I am a business owner and I'm also the executive director of New York Tibetan Service Center, a nonprofit organization that looks after the social needs of Himalayan communities in New Yorkers. And I'm here to testify to support the introduction of 100 from Council Member Julie Won to make the Losar, or Tibetan Lunar New Year, a holiday for alternate side parking. This bill is important to me because the Losar is the most important festival of the year in the Tibetan diaspora. And here in New York City, the Tibetan Himalayan community celebrates the first day of New Year with the family, enjoying festive meals, dressing in the best traditional clothing, making offerings, drinking homemade rice wine, and playing games at home. It is considered a bad luck for people to have to worry about anything on the first day of our new year. Losar is the happiest day of the year for all of our community members. And imagine having to interrupt the precious moments like that with your children and elders, to have to sit in your car and wait for the DSNY to clean the streets. New York is home to over 60,000 Tibetan Buddhisms from Himalayan regions. And in addition to the practical benefit of not requiring us to move our cars on this important Buddhist holiday, it is important for all New Yorkers to see themselves represented in the civic fabric of the laws of our city. By suspending the ASP on Losar, New York City sends a powerful message to all Himalayan New Yorkers that our city sees us, and we will feel the belongingness to the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Brooks Powers and members of the Council. My name is Tenzin Sering, and I'm a Tibetan American originally from India and living in Elmhurst, Queens for over 15 years. I am also the Program Director of the New York Tibetan Service Center, a nonprofit organization providing adult social services and a city-funded program for after-school kids. Today, I am here to testify and reason my support of Intro 100 for Council Member Julie Won to make Losar, Tibetan Lunar New Year, a holiday for alternate side parking. This bill is important to me because it is the only cultural and religious holiday that I personally celebrate that keeps me connected to my roots and gives meaning to my Tibetan heritage, which I'm sure many others here and in our community can relate to. Losar is our single most important cultural, religious, and tradition that is followed through generations, regardless of the religious sect, country, or the part of the world we live in. As you've been hearing, New York is home to over 60,000 Tibetan Buddhists from different Himalayan countries. On an important day with our own religious customs, parking should be the last thing we should worry about. What is important to know is that our family members sometimes have no choice but to neglect or abandon important customs and traditions due to those minute stresses. Just like other communities who celebrate their holiday, the Himalayan community, my community, should have the opportunity to celebrate one of our main holidays with our family with ease as we have the right to, and like others have mentioned before, not have to worry about parking spaces, tickets, fines, meter issues, etc. If this law passes, again, it would be the first and only alternate side parking holiday that is specific to Tibetan Buddhists and people from across the Himalayan region. By suspending alternate side parking on Losar, it tells the Himalayan New Yorkers that our city sees us, acknowledges us, and our traditions. Because in the end, New York City is our city too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Dawa Yangzi Sherpa. Jashile, namaste, and good afternoon to everyone here. Thank you, Chairwoman Brooks Powers and members of the Transportation Committee. I am a Sherpa Nepali woman, and I live in Sunnyside, Queens. I'm the board member and the spokesperson for the United Sherpa Association, Inc., more commonly known as Sherpa Kiduk. I also serve as an advisor to the Network of Sherpa Students and Professionals, NSSP, an organization dedicated to strengthening the Sherpa youth and professional network. We also dedicated to Sherpa cultural preservation and building intergenerational relationship between Sherpa elders and youth. Today, I'm here to testify in support of Introduction 100 from Council Member Julie Won to make Losar or Tibetan, Sherpa, and many Himalayan ethnicities New Year holiday for alternate side parking. Before we dive into the testimony, I'd like to share that Losar is a Tibetan word that translates to New Year. Lo means year and Sar means new, a festival celebrated by Buddhist communities around the world. This bill is important to me and my Sherpa community because more than 80% of the families that I know of own a car in New York City, as majority of them work as independent contractors under Uber or Lyft. So I will support Intro 276 to end unfair Uber and Lyft deactivation as well. I do not own a car, but I have had my share of stories on how many Sherpa people and people from my community have had to leave their seats during family get-togethers or community celebrations to keep up with alternate side parking rules. By suspending ASP on Losar, New York City sends a powerful message to all Himalayan New Yorkers that New York City sees us all. Our city recognizes us and our cultural traditions, that New York City is also our city. I hope you can join us at one of our community's Losar celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Rivera. I'm a TLC driver and a TLC driver advocate. I'm the founder of NYC Drivers Unite. I have over 23,000 trips with Uber and Lyft. We do support the commuter vans. We want to see them on the road. I support Leroy Morrison and his efforts to get them on the road. We want lower insurance. I just spoke with the commissioner before he left. Excuse me, I have trouble with my voice today. I spoke with the commissioner today before he left, David Doe, and there is a solution. We support the bill. I think anything that helps the drivers from being deactivated is excellent, but there's something bigger. You heard the expression, go hard or go home. There is something bigger. We spoke to the commissioner, and just for the record, my Uber account is not deactivated. I have over 11,000 trips with Uber, and I personally asked the commissioner to revoke Uber's license, deactivate Uber from New York City. That's what we asked for. We want Uber removed. They're exploiting people of color. They're exploiting worker rights. And many other things that they're doing. We also ask, and we want this message to get to Apple. Apple can do something. Apple could step in and remove Uber from the App Store. That'll work. Remove Uber from the App Store. And finally, we want this message to get to our new president that's going to come in 40 days, Donald J. Trump. We ask you, Mr. Trump, to stop the abuse of Uber. Remove Uber from New York City. We know you care about the New York taxi driver. We are not Uber drivers. We are not Lyft drivers. We are New York City taxi and limousine commission drivers, and we're being exploited. And we ask you, Mr. Trump, remove Uber.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Next, we call up Tenzin Bhuti, Sonam Dangso, Dawa Yangi Serpa, Sering Lamu Serpa, Zubin Solmani, Pasang Serpa, and Muhammad Arshad. We ask that you give your name before speaking and adhere to the 2-minute rule. Marlene Cruz. You may begin. Just make sure you turn on the mic.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Brooke Powers, and member of Transportation Committee. And also, good afternoon, Council Member of Jackson Heights, Mr. Sekhar. My name is Sonam Sangpo. I'm a Tibetan New Yorker from Lomanthong, Nepal, now residing in Oversight, New York. I'm the Managing Director of Lonyamship Association, USA Inc., which is a nonprofit organization. And we recently established a community center in Woodside, New York. I'm here today support Introduction 100 introduced by Council Member Julie Wong to recognize Losar Tibetan Lunar New Year as an alternate site parking holiday. Losar is a sacred day for Tibetan Buddhists involving important ritual and the family gathering, and this bill would allow us to celebrate without parking concern. New York is a home to over 60,000 Tibetan Buddhists, and this bill would be first ASP holidays specifically for Buddhist and Himalayan communities. It will affirm that New York City respect and value our traditions. I warmly invite you to join us one of our Losar celebration next year and celebrate the passage of this important legislation with our community. I urge you to vote in favor of Intro 100. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Brooks Powers, Council Member and member of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tenzin Bhuti, and I am a Tibetan New Yorker living in Queens. I'm here to support Intro 100 proposed by Council Member Julie Wong, which designates Losar, the Tibetan New Year, as a holiday for alternate side parking, ASP, regulations. This bill is crucial for my community, allowing us to celebrate this significant cultural and religious event without the stress of parking restrictions. By lifting ASP regulations on Losar, families like mine can fully participate in this meaningful Buddhist festival, free from the worry of parking tickets. Just as other communities celebrate Christmas and Hanukkah and Eid, we deserve the same opportunity to honor our traditions. Recognizing Losar promotes inclusivity and respect, fostering a sense of belonging for many Tibetan and Himalayan region communities. I urge you to vote in favor of Intro 100 so we can celebrate our heritage without barriers. Thank you for your time, and we hope you will join us in our Losar celebration to witness the spirit of our community firsthand. Thank you.
Good afternoon and Tashidele all. Before I begin, as a daughter of a driver, I want to signal my support for Intro 276. My name is Chiring Sherpa, and I'm a born and raised New Yorker and part of over 60,000 Himalayans in New York City who celebrate Losar. I urge City Council to follow Chairwoman Brooks Powers and Councilmember Julie Wan's example and support Intro 100, which would designate the Losar Festival as an alternate side parking holiday, ensuring religious equality alongside Hanukkah, Christmas, and Eid. Growing up, I went to New York City public schools, Anderson Elementary and Middle, and Stuyvesant High School. There I learned about various cultural holidays alongside my friends, which enriched us all. Through it all, my parents worked hard to make sure every Losar was special, earnestly believing that how we celebrated impacted our luck for the year. They prepared for weeks to give us the finest clothes, foods, and so they could avoid spending money on Losar, as that's inauspicious. Spending money on Losar means a whole year of financial losses. Yet, they still had to feed the meter because a parking ticket would be inauspicious as well. It's frustrating that despite their efforts, city regulations force us into a lose-lose situation every year. This lack of recognition feels like a dismissal of my identity and of my community. I believe in the city's potential and your leadership. This committee has recognized all other cultural holidays, setting a precedence for inclusivity. I hope you continue that tradition. Please support Intro 100. Recognizing Losar would allow us to celebrate freely, affirming that our traditions matter, that we matter. Thank you for your time, and Tashidele.
Good afternoon. My name is Zubin Soleimani. I'm a staff attorney with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, also testifying in support of Intro 276, which our members and my colleagues have already testified so eloquently on. I just want to follow up on a couple of points. I think the question was asked earlier, how is deactivation distinct for for-hire drivers? Why is this bill so necessary for them? And the point was raised once about the expenses and the debts that drivers incur. And I think and that is huge, and it's also connected to another point that makes these drivers unique, which is that when you get fired from a high-volume for-hire vehicle company, you are being effectively put in the same position as when you're losing your license. I think the gentleman from Uber testified earlier, like, oh, well, they still have their license, they can still work. Currently, everybody has seen the monopolization of these companies unfold as they assume dominant market share. The two for-hire companies make up 85% of the entire for-hire and taxi service in the city. So when you lose your ability to work for them, you are largely losing your ability to work with the license that you invested in, with the car that you invested in. And in that 85%, the two companies, they do notify each other. And sometimes drivers will be deactivated from one company solely on the referral of a deactivation from the other company. Quick point, just also to say that nothing in this law preempts any other process, just like the same way that the fast food deactivation bill, which we are so proud to testify in support of, did not affect any other process that folks could work through. So I'm sorry that the folks from IDG weren't able to stay and explain their position. I would have liked to have heard it. I will note that the last time when they did offer testimony to city government, they did testify to the chair of the TLC at the time that the process was not working.
If you could, sir, if you could submit the rest of your testimony in writing, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. Council members, jury, respectables.
Is your mic on? There we go, yeah, got it.
Good afternoon. Council members, jury, respectable people. That I joined like Uber in 2017. I was not aware about the laws of Uber at that time. Within 2 months, they deactivate me. And after that, I joined Lyft, and I have like more than 17,000 rides and 5-star rating. And I'm still waiting for the Uber to activate me, but nothing is going on. I'm just replying them emails and on the phone. Then I went to the IDG. They did not do anything. Then I talked to my friends for the New York Taxi Worker Alliance. They are trying to help me out, but they are saying that this bill is for 6 years, and your case is like more than 7 years. And I don't know, but I have too much bills, things. If I work with a Lyft make us lock out, and we can't pay the bills, and we are driving rental cars that are paying $400 a week, approximately. How can we survive? Please help us. For that, we can work on 2 apps like Uber and Lyft. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Marlene Cruz. I'm a mother of 2 that I had to support myself. I work for Uber and Lyft since 2017. And the reason why I'm here for is because of the lockout. It's not fair for us to go out to work and go around the city for over an hour, and the app are off. We had to be moving around to see if it's open at one time, you know. Sometimes we just had to go home. Sometimes we make like $80 or $100 and we had to go back home. How can we pay the bills? Being an Uber, a TLC driver mean a lot of money because we had to pay like $700 insurance plus the car, plus the license, plus a lot of things. So we need to lock up, stop, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Krishnan has a quick follow-up question.
Quick indeed. Thank you all for your testimony. Zubin, I just had a question for you. How do lockouts actually relate to the pay rule, and what does the pay rule require?
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. So the point of the pay rule is to approximate what any other minimum wage law does. The point of it is to compensate drivers for all time that they are at work. And the rule does not contemplate lockouts. They were not contemplated when TLC passed the rule. They were not contemplated when Professors Parrott and Reich put their report together. The language of the rule says that you should be paid for all drivers, that utilization accounts for all time that drivers make themselves available to receive dispatches. It doesn't say that they're only paid for time logged on. So you take an example of a driver who works they live in the Bronx, they go to Manhattan, they pick somebody up, they take them to the Eastern Queens, and they're locked out when they do the drop-off. They're still available at that point. They are trying to work, but they've been locked out for another hour or 2 or so. At that point, they are still available to receive dispatches. That time should be counted under the text of the rule, but it's not. So when Uber fails to provide the data that shows that time in which, under the rule's plain language, they are available to work, they are subverting the purpose of the rule. And I know the gentleman from Uber had testified earlier that the initial report by Professors Parrott and Reich contemplated that companies could use lockouts, and that's just not true. I was actually speaking to Professor Parrott about this 2 weeks ago, and he said, no, it did not contemplate that. The report discussed the notion that companies more broadly would have to limit supply, but the idea of that would be to incentivize getting away from the oversaturation that had really wrecked the industry. That would be a question of hiring and attrition, not of randomly locking out drivers in the middle of their shifts and creating chaos for individual drivers and for the whole workforce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to this panel. Next, we're going to call up Christopher Leon Johnson, Chidari Adnan Sering Jupa, Yaning Gong, Samara Saeed, Ali Akbar, Ibrahim K. Diallo. And we ask that you state your name prior to starting your testimony and to adhere to the 2-minute rule. You can start whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson on the record,
And I'm here to support both sides of the spectrum, IDG and TWA. I said this morning before the press conference about congestion pricing. I'm against CP. I'm a no congestion pricing 2024. That these guys, IDG and TWA, need to stop beefing because you guys are all cab drivers. You guys are all Lyft drivers and Uber drivers. And I think all you guys can agree that, look, there's a problem with Uber and Lyft that they deactivate you guys and deactivate you guys and deactivate you guys because of unwarranted reasons, and because they don't care. The apps don't give a crap because they know that for how many people banging on the gate, if they deactivate these 4 guys, these 3 men and this 1 female right here, there's thousands of other people banging at the gate. So they don't care if they deactivate for some BS. So they need to stop beeping. And the thing is that IEG need to be transparent and TW need to be transparent about State Senator Jessica Ramos, and she's a big issue with this because Ramos is the state senator, and her husband, a former husband. I know. Wait, I'm making this clear.
Keep it on the legislation, please.
Yeah, I know. I am sticking legislation that he's the chair, he's the lead for IDG. So of course there's going to be real disconnect with elected officials, and I'm not saying that you, Sabina, but she's the chair of labor in the state senate, and I know a lot of you guys want to get bills passed in the state senate, so you don't want to shake the apple cart with Jessica Ramos. And so she's going to block IEG's movement. So that need to be set clear. And these guys, I think that the members, the rank and file members, need to stick together because you all in the same crap together. And there should be no more suicides outside City Hall. So let me make this clear. I'm done. I respect you, Sabina. So I'm going to cut it right here at 3 seconds. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm leaving. I got to go. No, you're not taking no hands, right, Shekar? You're not asking no questions, right? All right, I'm out of here. I gotta go.
You. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Chaudhary Adnan, and my Uber account is deactivated. I've worked with Uber like 10, 14 years. I have 11,000 ride with Uber. So my rating is 4.97. So I just upload my document. They say they expired wrongly. We upload 2 times, and they deactivate my account. So they go to the Uber account like office 2-3 times, but they don't do nothing on that. So is my visit to today to help me with reactivate my account, please. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
So thank you again. This is my friend. He said to talk under him. He told me what he wanted to say because he believed when he speak, you might not understand exactly what he wanted to say.
Okay, can you give his name though?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell, but I just want to make sure it's possible me to talk on that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, my name is Ibrahim Khalil Jallo, that's his name. He said Uber and Lyft deactivated him because, like the other guy said, low rating. And he said he's not the one who's going to rate himself. He don't know whose customer is going to rate him. He never had problem with the customers. They just, like maybe when he drop him off or drop her off, they're going to just notify Uber and Lyft. He don't know what they're going to say. He never had problem with the passenger, but they just say his rating is very low. All Uber and Lyft deactivated him because of their low rating. So he just telling me, I have like wife and 7 kids to feed. I pay the bills. There's mom and grandma back home. All these people waiting for me. Now I don't know what to do. The bills is so high right now. He driving a car service right now. It's very hard. He just said he's just proud to be here in front of you, and then you can hear him. You might be able to help us to get our account back to be able to work for the city because we are here helping people going around. Be happy about that. So we just appreciate you. That's all he want me to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
My name is Samina Sayed. Just a few days ago, I drive with Lyft. I used to drive yellow cab. Now I'm driving with Lyft. 2 days ago, the Lyft deactivated my account just because I have a conversation with one of the passengers. I'm a woman. When I get into the car, people see I can speak English. They start talking to me. You know, they feel comfortable. They feel relaxed. I especially work at nighttime. So they feel very comfortable. So I make them comfortable. So I was talking to just general information, worldly information with one of these customers. She was misunderstood, whatever I said. And they deactivated my account. I mean, this is ridiculous. I have 5-star rating with them. I have 100% acceptance. I have the best driver I am, only work with Lyft. Just because of misunderstanding of a passenger, and they have the right to say whatever they want to say, and it's accepted, but they don't want to listen to us. We don't have a freedom of speech. We have a freedom of nothing. We are slave to these Uber companies. We are slave to them. We have to clean their shit. We have to keep everything what they want us to say, our documents in time. Everything is perfect. We have to watch what we say. We have to watch what we do. Who are we? Are we human beings? Are we a machine like a car? I just bought a car for them because my car is old and I just bought it in January. I have to make a payment on it. Uber didn't open my account, but the Lyft, they deactivated.
Thank you. I'd like to thank this panel. Next, we will hear from Tashi Doma. We ask that you adhere to the 2-minute rule.
Yes. Yes.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Tashi Doma, and I'm a Tibetan member of Queens, New York. I live in Woodhaven, Jamaica, and I'm also a member of the Tibetan People's Movement of the Middle Way approach in New York and New Jersey, representing 60,000 Tibetans living in New York City. I'm here to testify in support of Introduction 100 from Councilmember Julie Wan to make Losar, or Tibetan Lunar New Year, a holiday for alternate side parking. This bill is important to me because the bill is crucial for our community as it enables us to celebrate this important cultural event without the hassle of parking regulations. By alleviating these restrictions, we can create a welcoming atmosphere where families and friends come together, support local businesses, and immerse themselves in the vibrant traditions of Losar. Recognizing this holiday not only honors our city's diversity, but also strengthens the local economy by encouraging community involvement and connection. I ask that you please vote in favor for Intro 100 to make Losar an ASP holiday. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we have Doro Tamam.
You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to address Intro 277. My name is Durrell Tamam, and I'm the head of mobile operations at Curb Mobility, where I oversee our e-hail services. We do not support Intro 277 and fail to keep taxis competitive. If a minimum pay is put upon the taxi industry for e-hail jobs, then that same standard should be put throughout the industry so taxis don't lose competitiveness within the market and existing earnings opportunity. Between 2017 and 2022, taxis have lost 50% of their rides from TNCs and have not recovered. In 2017, the flex fare pilot was started, which saw immediate impacts for the taxi industry. New business was able to be attracted to taxis, such as the Accessoride program, corporate travel accounts, and non-emergency medical transportation. Markets that have previously stayed away from taxis due to the inability of competitive prearranged pricing. Curb has also helped bring consumer rides through our Curb app and partnerships with notable TNCs and other partners through the integration into our network. For March of this year, about 10 to 15% of rides were e-hail, which are rides the industry would have not captured without its flexibility in pricing and could have been distributed to other service classes. The reason why the council should avoid setting higher pay rates for taxis are rooted in fairness, market competition, and the impact of drivers. To reiterate some key points, street hail volume is down 50%, and e-hail has accounted for 10 to 15% of trips, which could have gone to other service classes, providing more earnings opportunities for taxi drivers. Taxis were able to get e-hail rides from rates being flexible. Without the flexibility of rates, an uncompetitive environment is created, pricing taxis out of their opportunity of e-hail rides through the choice of consumers, programs, and rides from partners. Lastly, drivers have a freedom of choice when deciding to
Your time has expired.
Thank you. We ask that you submit your remaining testimony in writing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Lakpa Dundu.
You may begin.
Believe they left the Zoom.
Next, we will call up Johannes Lai.
You may begin.
Yeah, my name is Johannes Lee in opposition intro 277. I'm dedicated yellow cab driver and really appreciate Curb for keeping me busy with rides day and night. The street hail business has been slow lately, so I'm glad I can keep working through Curb during these slow times. I'm excited to see how Curb will innovate and keep up with other rideshare apps. Curb is already showing they care about driver by offering good support, engagement, and business consistently. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Akwet Afandalo.
You
Hello
may
everyone,
begin.
my name is Akwete Afandalo in opposition of Intro 277. As a veteran taxi driver with over 20 years of experience, I strongly support Curb and its positive impact on our industry. The introduction of e-hail offers through Curb has significantly improved our earnings opportunity by reducing dead hail miles and eliminating the need to search for street hails. The ability to accept or decline e-hail offers is valuable, giving us the flexibility to manage our time effectively. During challenging times, Curb fare have been a lifeline for drivers like myself, providing adequate income when traditional business was scarce. Curb pricing is fair and transparent, with all necessary information such as pickup times, ETAs, fares, and addresses clearly displayed. This transparency enhances trust and ensures a smooth experience for both drivers and passengers. From my experience, I can confidently say that Curb is highly beneficial for the taxi industry. New Yorkers benefit from having Curb as a reliable e-hail option, ensuring better service through trained and acknowledged taxi drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from MD Karim.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is MD Karim in opposition of Into 277. As a veteran's NYC taxi driver since 2014, I have experienced significant business growth since Curb introduced e-hail offers. Curb has been positive force for the industry, allowing me to earn over $400 per week through their Yahoo platform alone. Providing passengers with the option to book Yahoo taxi rides has been invaluable, especially in light of competition from Uber and Lyft. Car fare are competitive and provide additional earning opportunities alongside traditional street hails. Offering NYC passengers the choice between Uber, Lyft, and Curb has been beneficial for both drivers and riders alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ugyen Pima.
You may begin.
They've left the Zoom.
Next, we'll hear from Setan Deki.
You may begin.
They've left the Zoom as well. Oh, actually, sorry.
Here. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Brooks Powers and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Setan Diki, and I am a Tibetan New Yorker living in Queens, New York City. I also work at a company Capital, a nonprofit CDFI that serves many New York City small businesses from the Himalayan region. Today, I'm here to testify in support of Intro 100 from Councilmember Julie Wan to make Losar a holiday for alternate site parking. Losar marks the beginning of the Lunar New Year, a time of renewal, reflection, and connection with family and community. As a Tibetan, this holiday is not just a day of celebration, it represents our heritage and the values we hold dear. Additionally, many of the small businesses I work with are owned by individuals who celebrate Losar. These entrepreneurs bring unique products, services, and cultural experiences to our neighborhoods. However, during this festive time, they often face the challenge of managing parking regulations. By designating Losar as an ASP holiday, we can alleviate some of the stress associated with parking, allowing families and community members to celebrate without the added concern of moving their vehicles. I would also like to take a moment to thank Chairwoman Brooks Powers for co-sponsoring this bill. Your support demonstrates your commitment to our community and our cultural diversity, and we are grateful to have you as a champion for our voices. In conclusion, I urge you to support this bill and help ensure that Losar is officially recognized by our city. By doing so, you not only honor our traditions, but also strengthen the fabric of our diverse community. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Nicole Salk.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you so much. I am testifying regarding intro number 276. I'm a staff attorney at Brooklyn Legal Services, which is part of Legal Services NYC. As part of my work, I regularly represent Uber and Lyft drivers in obtaining unemployment benefits. And during the pandemic, our office in the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, many of whose members testified today, brought litigation which resulted in approximately 68,000 Uber and Lyft drivers receiving state unemployment insurance at the full rate of payment for employees. Many of the drivers we represent have been unfairly deactivated from their companies' platforms without notice and without any effective means to challenge the deactivation, as has also been testified to by numerous drivers. Painfully so. Really sad to hear these incredibly horrendous stories where drivers are losing their livelihoods. They often do not know exactly why they are deactivated. They have told me about drunk or unruly passengers who they believe may have made complaints about them to the company. Sometimes drivers may be deactivated when a customer complains about a driver refusing to violate a traffic rule, such as an illegal U-turn. I had one female driver who believes she was deactivated after a customer complained to the company when she refused a sexual advance. Our driver clients assume that there must be something they can do to challenge these unfair deactivations. Unfortunately, they have few rights to challenge, as you've heard. They are devastated when I inform that there really is nothing we can do, since the company has the power to deactivate them for almost any reason. Yes, there is arbitration process. That was a process developed by Uber and a drivers union, which was and may still be funded by Uber. However, Uber ultimately controls who is eligible to go to arbitration on a case-by-case basis. This Uber-controlled process resembles the grievance process provided by many other companies where the corporation ultimately makes
Your time has expired.
Thank you. We ask that you submit the rest of your testimony written. Thank you. Next, we call up Israel Acevedo.
You may begin.
Good morning or good afternoon. Driver driving in
Israel,
the for hire sector.
you went out for a second. Go ahead. I'll give you your 3 seconds back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been driving in the for hire sector for 9 years and 4 months. And even though I have never been deactivated, I support Intro 276 because it provides a transparent process for drivers such as myself. In our current state, we are all one ride away from deactivation. From the wealthiest to the poorest, riders lie on drivers all the time to reap certain perks and benefits from the companies. After 6 years of being on the Uber platform, in February of this year, my account was blocked for 48 hours, preventing me from earning because a rider accused me of being under the influence. I don't drink alcohol or use drugs. And thank God I have an interior dash cam to prove that. I encourage all drivers to get a dual dash cam. We, the drivers, are the ones that bear all the operational expenses to work in this industry. And these companies should not be able to block or deactivate any driver without proof. Off the topic, I just want to mention these things. These companies classify us as independent contractors. If we are truly independent contractors, then why aren't we provided with the pickup and drop off details before accepting a trip? Why are we penalized through an acceptance rate when we don't accept a trip? Shouldn't we be able to accept trips we want and refuse trips we don't want? Why is our acceptance and cancellation rate monitored? Thank you for having me and have a great day.
Thank you. Next, we'll call up Glenn Belosky.
You may begin.
Glenn Belosky.
You are unmuted, Glenn. Glenn, we can't hear you.
We'll come back to Glenn. We have in the room Muhammad. Please. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Mohammed. I am an Uber and Lyft driver for 10 years, and also I am a member in NYTWA. Dear council member, by passing bill number 276, justice will be achieved for the wronged driver as a result of malicious or false report. Passing Intro 276 will achieve psychological and mental safety for the driver, making his performance on the road more safer. It is not fair to the driver to spend money to obtain TLC license and go to school and be a professional driver for many years. And when he thinks to have a TLC cars for more than 50 or 60,000 and make the payment on 5 years and Uber accept to affiliate it, then Uber deactivated him without notification by a false report from one of those passengers. I have heard many sad stories from many drivers at LaGuardia Airport. They've been deactivated, unfairly deactivated. Thousands of drivers been deactivated. I came today to explain the importance of Bill 276 for the driver, even though I am not deactivated. I want to update my car, and I worried about to update my car because of the unfair deactivation or the lockout. We have temporary lockout. I can say it's not lockout, it's a temporary deactivation. The lockout now, it's temporary deactivation. So if we open now, like I'm working for Lyft, or any driver working for Lyft, and you can see he cannot go online because he got a temporary deactivation, which is lockout. So please, I am coming here to confirm and support 276. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll try to get Glenn Belosky again.
Glenn, you're muted, unmuted. I can't hear you, Glenn.
Is he on?
Yes, he's on. Glenn, you're unmuted.
All right, we'll give it a minute. We have another member of the public in person that will call up shortly. We are now calling up Nima Sanj Serpa.
I'm talking on behalf of him. My name is Nima Sharpa. His story is that he was driving with Uber a long time ago. In 2020, he was driving on a highway. He has an allergy in his eyes, and he has to brake it because traffic was very bad. So passenger filed a complaint that driver is sleepy. So they deactivate him. After that, he talked to them, he explained them. Next day, they open his app and he started working again. After a couple of months, he was taking a passenger to JFK airport. The girl who was sitting behind the seat, she suddenly moved front and she started playing with radio, and she distracted him and he crossed the yellow light. And then they filed a complaint, and since 2020, they permanently got deactivated. That's Mr. Nima Sharpa's story. So he's waiting last 4 years to be activated, to reactivate. And he's saying it is very unfair. They should be such a independent judge should decide, call both parties, and they should decide if he's guilty or not guilty, and they should not have to deactivate like this. That's it. Okay. So you okay.
Thank you. Can we see if Glenn Belowski is available again?
Glenn, if you're on, you may begin.
Glenn, we can't hear you.
If we have inadvertently missed anyone that has registered to testify today and has yet to have been called, please use the Zoom hand function if you were testifying remotely, and you will be called in order that your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please come to the dais.
Glenn, you're unmuted. Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
If there's technical difficulties with Glenn, we ask that you submit your testimony in writing for the record. With that, we thank everyone who took part in today's hearing, and we look forward to continued discussions around these very important topics.
Chair.
Yes?
Chair, someone has their hand up. Pema.
Can you repeat the name?
Pema.
Hema, okay.
Yep. I'll unmute you now.
Hello.
Hello, you're unmuted.
Okay. Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Brooke Power and member of the transportation. My name is Ugyen Pema, and I'm a Tibetan New Yorker. I live in New York more than 26 years, and I live in Jackson Heights, Queens. I'm a taxi owner driver, drive more than 20 years, and I'm here to support the introduction for Council Member Julie Wong to make Losar to be Losar or Tibetan New Year holiday for alternate site suspended. So I would like to thank Julie Wong And then Tibetan New Year is very important for not only Tibetan, Bhutanese and Sherpas from Nepal, and then also part of the India, Ladakh and all this. We have a lot of people in New York City. So we like to celebrate with the families, and especially first day we go to monastery or temple to do the prayers, and just like other communities who celebrate Eid, Christmas, or other holidays. So we want not to worry about getting a parking ticket or move the car to other side. So we would have a peace of mind. So I would like to, very appreciate that if you pass this bill. And another thing is, I'm a taxi driver, so I have the city and TLC. I want to request that in New York City, there's a lot of corruption with the doormen and the drivers. Some of the drivers, they made a group apps, so they're going to have a connection with a lot of doormen, especially in the Manhattan hotels, Midtown hotels. So to get a job, to airport job like LaGuardia, we have to pay $6 to doormen, $10, $12 to JFK, and then
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. We ask if you like, you can submit written testimony for the remainder of your statement. Again, if we have inadvertently missed anyone that has been registered to testify today and has yet to have been called, please use the Zoom hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order that your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please come to the dais. Hearing none, we will now adjourn this. We will close out this hearing. Thank you. Have a great day.